A very good morning to all of you. Chanakya's Arthashastra, penned in the 4th century BCE, articulated the timeless essence of corporate governance as accountable leadership, ethical conduct, transparency, checks and balances, and stakeholder welfare. Principles that remain foundational even today. Thus, centuries before boardrooms and balance sheets, in this glorious land were laid the core tenets of the modern day corporate governance. In this era of rapid growth, complex risks, and heightened public scrutiny, strong corporate governance defines responsible leadership and long-term institutional resilience. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the seminar on corporate governance organized by Hindustan Copper Limited, and this program is being live streamed on the social media. This seminar today is graced by Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Chairman and Managing Director, HCL, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, Director Operations HCL, who also holds the additional charge of Director Mining, Mr. Arvind Vishweshwar, Director Finance HCL, Mr. Harsimran Singh, Chief Vigilance Officer HCL, Mr. Vinod Kumar on behalf of the Ministry of Mines, CVOs and former CVOs, cutting across a spectrum of organizations in and around Kolkata. We are expecting our keynote speaker in some time, but then it is worth telling more about him. We'll be honored to join shortly by Swami Sarvottamanandaji, Vice Chancellor, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, a deemed university. He is an IIT topper who chose to be a monk and never cared for a Ferrari. We're also privileged to have with us Mr. S.N. Agarwal, IRSC, former staff member, Railway Board. He's known to be an eminent administrator with technical mastery and innovative insights. It's a pleasure and honor to have you all here today, sir. So HCL has adopted its corporate theme song on the 59th Foundation Day, which sums up its vision and values. But at the outset, we may rise to the rendition of the national anthem, please, which will be followed by the corporate theme song as well.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Will and now the corporate theme song, please.
ताम्र सार है बहार है ताम्र कुबेर का दिव्य अवतार है
मशाल हाथ में लिए ताम्र खनिजों
जीवन का स्रोत है, अनंत का खुमार है। हिंदुस्तान कॉपर ही भविष्य का संचार है, संचार है। ताम्र खनन का काम लेकर साथ चली भारत सरकार।
इकाइयों ने किया खनन और ताम्र को दिया आकार है।
ताम्र खनिकों की मेहनत से स्वप्न हुआ साकार है। हिंदुस्तान कॉपर ही भविष्य का संचार है, संचार है। हम सब गहरी सुरंगों से नव उमंग दिल में लिए,
पाताल की होद से ताम्र लेकर हैं आए।
बाधाओं से ना रुकते हैं, विघ्नों में ना झुकते हैं।
अहम खनिजों का खनन इस देश को उपहार है।
हिंदुस्तान कॉपर ही भविष्य का संचार है, संचार है। आगे ले जाएंगे, HCL का है ये प्रण।
अनंत हो तुम अचल, तुम्हीं से भारत का सम्मान है।
हिंदुस्तान कॉपर ही भविष्य का संचार है, संचार है। हिंदुस्तान कॉपर ही भविष्य का संचार है।
Thank you, everybody. Can you please take your seats? May I now request Mr. Pranav Chair to please accompany Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, CMD HCL, to the dais. I'll request Mr. Venu Vijay to please accompany Mr. S.N. Agarwal to the dais, please. May I request Mr. Zishan Muhammad to please accompany Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, DOP HCL, to the dais, please. Mr. Ritesh Kumar is requested to please accompany Mr. Arvind Vishweshwar, Director of Finance HCL, to the dais. And I'll request Mr. Sunil Kumar to please accompany Mr. Harsimran Singh, CVO HCL, to the dais. So we'll be joined in shortly by Swamiji. Then we can go ahead for now. May I request respected dignitaries and esteemed speakers on the dais to please light the inaugural lamp and declare the seminar open. So corporate governance is the act of letting the sun shine in, where transparency becomes light, accountability finds clarity, and ethical leadership ensures that power is never exercised in the shadows. Thank you, sirs. I'll now request Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, CMD HCL, to please welcome Mr. S.N. Agarwal by draping him with an Angavest and handing over a sapling, please. Thank you, sir. May I request Mr. Ravi Kumar Gupta, ED Finance HCL, to please welcome Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, CMD HCL, with an Angavest and a sapling, please. So we've been joined in. Welcome. Now we are honored to welcome Swamiji. Yes, sir. Yes, obviously. I'll request CMD HCL to please honor Swamiji by draping him with Angavest and a sapling. So, so Swamiji, as I had introduced you, you are an IIT topper who never cared for a Ferrari. So we all know your contribution to the society and your standing, sir. We are honored, privileged, and rather blessed to have you among us today. May I now request Mr. Ravi Kumar Gupta to please welcome CMD HCL, sir, with Angavest and sapling, please. Thank you. I'll now request Mr. Umesh Singh, sir, ED Mining, HCL, to please welcome Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, DOP and DM Additional Charge, with an Angavest and a sapling, please. I'll now request Mr. Vinod Kumar Gupta, ED Mining HCL, to please welcome Mr. Arvind Vishweshwar, Director of Finance HCL, with an Angavest and a sapling, please. May I request Mr. Sengar, Deputy CVO HCL, to please welcome Mr. Harsimran Singh, CVO HCL, with an Angava student sampling, please. May I now request CMD HCL sir to please welcome our esteemed guests and dignitaries. Mr. Surpras Sarkar, ex-CVO HCL. So I request CMD HCL sir to please welcome Mr. Sarkar. Thank you, sir. I request CMD HCL sir to please welcome Mr. Shomnath Hashda, who is also former CVO of both NALCO and HCL. Thank you, sir. I request CMD HCL sir to please welcome Mr. Brajesh Kumar Tripathi, CVO Coal India Limited. Thank you, sir. Now I request respected DOP sir to please welcome Mr. Satish Kumar CVO Mekong. I'll now request respected DOP sir to please welcome Mr. Sridipto Acharya, CVO DVC. Thank you, sir. May I request respected DOP, sir, to please welcome Mr. Pradeep Kumar, CVO, MECL. Thank you, sir. Now, request respected dear sir to please welcome Mr. Dhirendra Setipalli, CVO, UCO Bank. I request dear sir to please welcome Ms. Sanjay Kumar, CVO, National Insurance Company. I request DF sir to please welcome Mr. Kaushik Chakravarti, ex-CVO, and Hewlett Company Limited. So may I request dear sir to please welcome Mr. Pranav Patel, CVO, MCL, please. Thank you, sir. May I request CVO HCL, sir, to please welcome Mr. Devidatta Satpathy, CVO, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. Thank you, sir. May I request CVO HCL to please welcome Mr. Abhishek Ranjan, CVO Garden Region Shipbuilders. I'll now request CVO sir to please welcome Mr. Vinod Kumar, Under Secretary, Ministry of Mines. Thank you, sir. I'll now request Mr. Harsimran Singh, Chief Vigilance Officer HCL, to please welcome the dignitaries and deliberate on the topic of the day. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to all. I extend my warm welcome to Shri Sanjeev Kumar Singh, CMD HCL, Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, Director Operations and Mining HCL, Shri RVN Vishweshwar, Director of Finance HCL, our eminent speakers, Swami Sarvottamananda ji and Shri S.N. Agarwal ji, ex-member Staff Railway Board, all the CVOs and ex-CVOs, all the HODs and unit heads who are present here and also watching us through the YouTube channel, all the officials of HCL and all central government organizations based in and around Kolkata. It's an honor to have you all here today in this seminar on corporate governance. In today's world, conducting business is not merely trading and financial transactions. Corporate environment today is very, very dynamic, where political, environmental, social, technological, and economic conditions play a major role in determining the success parameters of any organization apart from the laws of the land. Corporate government sits at the heart of how the companies are directed, controlled, and held accountable. It refers to the system of rules, processes, practices, structures through which the company is directed and controlled. The core objectives of corporate governance are accountability, transparency, shareholders' rights, balancing the interests of all the employees and other stakeholders like customers, regulators, lenders, and society, and compliance of the various laws of the land, long-term value creation, and above all, the ethical conduct. With our distinguished speakers, we would delve into the topic and learn how the corporate governance can be made more robust, transparent, accountable, and for ensuring long-term sustainability of the organization. When our country is at the threshold of taking long stride for realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat, corporate governance becomes more crucial for the success. I am sure the sessions ahead would equip all the participants with valuable knowledge and insights to navigate through this ever-evolving, dynamic governance landscape in humane and ethical way. With these thoughts, I welcome you all once again to this interesting program of both knowledge sharing and exchange of thoughts. But before we move ahead, I would like to present in very brief the concept of corporate governance to set the ball rolling. When we go into what's the definition of corporate governance, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, ICSI, they define it as the application of best management practices, compliance of law in true letter and spirit, adherence to the ethical standards for effective management and distribution of wealth, and discharge of social responsibility for sustainable development of all the stakeholders. So it covers everyone, not just the employees or not just the entrepreneur. The key principles, as we just discussed, are presented here also. We can see the meanings of these. Like transparency means clear, timely, accurate disclosure of financial and operational information. The accountability basically means the management is answerable to the board and the board is answerable to the shareholders of the company. The fairness means the equal treatment of all the stakeholders, all the shareholders, customers, employers, minorities, lenders, and the society. And responsibility basically means ethical conduct, compliance, sustainability, and managing the risks. And independence is very important. It means independent directors should be there should be independent committees, and there should not be any conflict of interest. Now, the corporate governments in our country, when we talk about corporate governance, particularly for India, we have the central guidelines from Companies Act 2013 and the SEBI's LODR regulations of 2015. The key governing bodies here obviously are the MOCA and then SEBI and ICSI. We have got big challenges here because the ownership remains concentrated. We need to have strong boards who are independent, and we need diversity of the board. There should be gender diversity, expertise, diversity, and independence. There should be ESG and sustainability reporting should be properly done. ESG basically means environmental sustainability and governance. Then cyber security and data governance should be properly done. Whistleblower protection should be there, and the audit committee should be there who work independently. When we see the background of corporate governance in our country, basically earlier we had voluntary family dominated companies, and gradually, particularly after liberalization, we have become more corporatized, particularly after the Satyam scandal of 2009. Pre-liberalization era, before 1990s, there was Companies Act of 1956, which was there, but it has a good legal framework, but was quite weak. And after 2009 Satyam scandal, this 2013 Companies Act came, and then we started talking about independence of the boards and participation of women directors, the CSR, and all these things. But still we see the various pain points of our country. We have got the Bofors scam, Fodder scam. We have witnessed so many scams. This is a list which you just Google and you will find this list in the Google. So there is a requirement for change. When we see our Indian tradition since ancient times, we had Vedas, Upanishads, which advocated self-realization, inner wisdom, promoting detachment, compassion, unity of all beings. Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, they all preached us righteous duty, selfless action, which is nothing but ethics. And Adi Granth, Guru Granth Sahib, it also talks about the seva, selfless service, devotion, and humility. And ancient scriptures and inscriptions, particularly when we see the Kautilya's Arthashastra and Ashoka's edicts, they also talk about good governance and prosperity as the basic duty of the ruler. On the broader global perspective, there was one scandal of Enron, which was an MNC who was setting new courses in energy and communication fields. Its share price in 1990s was US dollar 90.75, and in November 2001, it just became US dollar 1 and even lesser. its auditor Arthur Andersen, it was dissolved, and Enron filed for bankruptcy in December 2001. The shareholders went for lawsuit of $40 billion, and finally they got only $7 billion. So this big incidents globally highlighted that corporate governance, transparency, and financial accounting, these are very, very important. On the other hand, we have got another example of another MNC, Merck and McKesson, which is known for something else, that is for the good things. They developed the medicine Medicine in 1970s and 80s. They started donating it for river blindness in 1987 in a committed way in Africa, Yemen, and Latin America. And later they started donating it for elephantiasis disease also in Africa and Yemen. And there were very good signs. This river blindness was learned to have been eliminated in 4 countries of Latin America, and elephantiasis were eliminated in 2 countries of Africa. So this is an outstanding example of ethical corporate governance where you share responsibility with others and you become sustainable. This is self-explanatory graph where we see how there was nose diving of the Enron shares and sustainable growth of Merck, which was doing ethical good corporate governance. So we can see the benefits of ethical corporate governance as enhanced reputation, brand value, improved investor confidence, capital access, risks are mitigated, compliances are done, increased efficiency of the corporate, the profits keep rising, the employees are attracted and they remain in the company, they get associated with the company in a big way, and the company becomes sustainable in the long term. So that was all to set the ball rolling. Hope you will like, and then our eminent speakers will speak in detail about what corporate ethics are required. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I request Mr. Arvind Vishweshwar, Director of Finance HCL, to please enlighten us with his insights. Over to you, sir.
Respected CMD, Shri Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Director of Operations with additional charge of mining, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, CVO, Shri Harsimran Singh ji, Swami Sarvatanand ji, Shri S.N. Agarwal ji, Vigilance officers from various organizations, Under Secretary Vinod Kumar ji from Ministry of Mines. Good morning to you all. Firstly, I compliment CVO and the organizing team for choosing such an important and contemporary theme. In fact, this whole year has been exceptional in the terms of the themes and on which the whole vigilance workshops have been framed. At the outset, I extend a warm welcome and express our deep respect for our distinguished keynote speakers. Shri Swami Sarvatanand ji, Vice Chancellor, Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Education and Research Institute, and Shri S.N. Agarwal ji, IRSC, former staff member, Railway Board. Their diverse backgrounds, spanning spiritual wisdom, academic excellence, and rich administrative experience, will undoubtedly enlighten and inspire the participants. And I'm confident that the insights will enrich our understanding of corporate governance in its true spirit. The key principles of corporate governance, namely accountability, transparency, fairness, responsibility, and risk management. Corporate governance is top-driven for ensuring the key principles are adhered to, and it also facilitates sustainable value creation. As a PSU, we are not just committed to governance excellence, but are also the custodians of public resources and also accountable to the nation at large. It's an onerous responsibility. At the organization level, yes, we are driving strategic expansion to strengthen India's domestic copper production, which aims to triple our ore capacity to approximately 12.2 million tons per annum by FY 2031. As part of this long-term roadmap, the company is investing around 2,000 crores over the next 5 years. Such a big investment undoubtedly calls for greater resilience, transparency, and responsibility. In this journey of strengthening governance, I would like to specially acknowledge the commendable role played by Vigilance Department of HCL. During the current year, they have conducted exclusive seminars on ethics and transparency, ethics and contract management, and to top it all, the key theme of vigilance, our shared responsibility. Vigilance is undoubtedly a strategic partner in our efforts of ensuring effective corporate governance. We go hand in hand. And I firmly believe that finance and corporate governance are inseparable. Sound financial management, strong internal controls, transparent reporting, and prudent risk management are the visible outcomes of a robust governance framework. The close coordination between finance, vigilance, audit, mining, and operations is essential to ensure that governance principles are effectively translated into practice. I am confident that today's deliberations will further strengthen our resolve to uphold the highest standards of corporate governance, integrity, and transparency. I wish the seminar every success. Thank you. Jai HCL. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I'll now request Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, Director Operations HCL, who also holds additional charge of Director Mining, to present his perspective on the theme of the day. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Honorable CMD Hindustan Copper Limited, my fellow board director Sri Bisweswar ji, CBO HCL Sri Harsimran ji, today's chief speakers Swami Sarvonand Anand ji, Sri Sachinanand Agarwal ji, who is also IMHCL and ex-member staff railway board, all the CVO of different organizations, my dear fellow officers of HCL and other organizations, all guests from ministry also. It gives me immense pleasure to address this august gathering on a subject that is not only relevant but absolutely critical for the sustainability and credibility of the organization today, that is corporate governance. As Director Operation of Hindustan Copper Limited, a proud mini Ratna Central PSC, and the only vertically integrated copper producer in India, I believe corporate governance is not an option for us, it is an obligation. कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस का सरल अर्थ है किसी कंपनी का संचालन, नियंत्रण और प्रबंधन किस प्रकार से किया जाता है। यह सुनिश्चित करता है कि कंपनी के निर्णय जवाबदेही हो, निष्पक्षता हो और नैतिकता के सिद्धांतों पर आधारित हो। कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस केवल कानूनों, नियमों या प्रक्रिया का संकलन नहीं है, यह एक मूल्य आधारित संस्कृति है। यह एक ढांचा है जो यह तय करता है कि किसी संस्था के हित केवल मुनाफे तक सीमित न रहे, बल्कि सभी हितधारकों जैसे शेयरधारक, कर्मचारी, ग्राहक, सरकार, समाज और पर्यावरण के प्रति उत्तरदायित्व सुनिश्चित किया जाए। यदि हम इतिहास के पन्ने को पलटे तो यह स्पष्ट होता है कि सुशासन और उत्तरदायित्व की अवधारणा कोई नई नहीं है। भारत के प्राचीन ग्रंथों में शासन और उत्तरदायित्व के स्पष्ट सिद्धांत मिलते हैं। कौटिल्य का अर्थशास्त्र जो लगभग 3री शताब्दी का है या उससे पूर्व लिखा गया है, उसमें प्रशासन, वित्तीय अनुशासन और नैतिक नेतृत्व का विस्तृत वर्णन किया गया है। कौटिल्य ने राजा को जनता के प्रति जवाबदेह और बताया और कहा, शासक का सुख प्रजा के सुख में निहित है। यह विचार आज के कॉरपोरेट जगत में इस रूप में दिखाई देता है कि कंपनी की सफलता उसके हितधारकों के कल्याण से जुड़ी होती है। प्राचीन रोम में भी व्यापारिक गतिविधियां पर नियंत्रण और सार्वजनिक अधिकारियों की जवाबदेही सुनिश्चित करने की व्यवस्था थी। मध्यकालीन यूरोप में भी व्यापारिक संघों और गिल्ड प्रणाली में सामूहिक निर्णय, पारदर्शिता, उत्तरदायित्व के सिद्धांत को अपनाए जाते हैं। ये सभी आधुनिक कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस के शुरू के स्वरूप हैं। द मॉडर्न concept of corporate governance really gained momentum after the Industrial Revolution, when ownership and management both got separated. Shareholders were no longer managing the day-by-day operation, and professional managers took charge. Historic example that teach lesson is South Sea Bubble 1720 in England showed how lack of transparency and speculation management could destroy investor confidence. Other example already we have seen, Enron Corporation once considered a model company. However, aggressive accounting practices, lack of board oversight, and unethical leadership led to one of the biggest corporate collapse in history. In India, we have seen what happened to Satyam Computers in 2009. India's corporate governance framework has been significantly over the last few decades has developed many journey. It includes Clause 49 of the Listing Agreement, SEBI Regulation, Companies Act 2013. The Companies Act 2013 introduced independent director, mandatory audit committee, corporate social responsibility. For CPSE like Hindustan Copper, corporate governance has an even broader meaning. We are custodian of public wealth. Every decision we take impact not just shareholder, but also government, employee, local communities, environment, and future generation. For Hindustan Copper, we focus on safety and sustainability, transparent procurement system, strong internal control and audits, ethical conduct at all levels, stakeholder engagement. This can be seen by the growth of Hindustan Copper during the last 5 years. Our share price pre-COVID from rupees 29 on average has touched today 750 rupees. So this shows the market confidence over the governance of Hindustan Copper Limited. Corporate governance and sustainability are also deeply interconnected, which can be seen by the growth of companies like Hindustan Copper, other companies like Tata Steel, and PSU like NMDC, SAIL, and others. We can have lesson from the history for the future. Many empires collapse due to arrogance and poor governance. Companies failed due to greed and opacity. अंत में मैं यह कहना चाहूँगा, कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस कोई मंजिल नहीं बल्कि एक सतत यात्रा है। यह भय से नहीं बल्कि मूल्यों से संचालित होती है। हिंदुस्तान कॉपर लिमिटेड में हम उच्चतम कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस मानकों के प्रति प्रतिबद्ध हैं, क्योंकि हमें विश्वास है कि सुशासन ही सतत विकास की सबसे मजबूत नींव है। लाभ यह बताता है कि कंपनी आज कितनी सफल है, लेकिन कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस यह तय करता है कि कंपनी कल कितनी सफल रहेगी या नहीं। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और इस सेमिनार में भाग लेने के लिए बहुत बहुत हृदय से पुनः धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir. I'll now request Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, CMD HCL, to please address the August gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to all of you. सभी को सादर नमस्कार। स्टेज पे हमारे आदरणीय अतिथि स्वामी जी और श्री अग्रवाल साहब, जो हमारे IMB हैं, हमारे कलीग डायरेक्टर्स, CVO, इस हॉल में बैठे हुए हमारे एक्स CVOs ऑफ डिफरेंट PSUs, सभी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से आए हुए लोग, सभी का मैं सादर नमस्कार करता हूँ। In fact, it's both an honor and a privilege to join this program today, which has been organized by our Vigilance Department under the guidance of Sri Harsimran ji. And the theme is corporate governance, a theme that is at once, I should say, it's consistent and dynamic in today's rapidly changing world. Why consistent? Because it rests firmly on the pillars of ethics, ethical values, transparency, and accountability, guided by established rules, regulations, norms, and procedures. Dynamic, because it must continuously evolve. Continuously, it should keep on evolving to meet the new business realities, emerging risks, stakeholders' expectations, and shifting regulatory landscapes, ensuring sustainability and trust in the long run. Before I start, I'll just like to mention, we deal with a metal which is divine in nature. शाश्वत धातु है, कभी नहीं खत्म होने वाला। इसमें डेविएशंस के चांसेस ना के बराबर है। ये हमारे जितने एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं, जितने अधिकारी हैं हिंदुस्तान कॉपर के, उनके मन में ये बैठा हुआ है और हम उसको हमेशा रीट्रेट करते हैं कि हमारे पास डेविएशंस के चांसेस ना के बराबर। So corporate governance is not a set of static rules जैसे हम सब लोग जानते हैं, but it's a living framework that integrates accountability, transparency, and ethical conduct to address contemporary challenges such as artificial intelligence, ESG concerns, human development index, cyber security, and so on. And the biggest thing is that all organizations, not only Hindustan Copper, majority of the organizations are in the rapid movement, I should say, from the departmental operations towards the outsourcing mode. So these type of seminars, workshops becomes more relevant. Not only that we listen from the speakers, we interact with them, we ask them the practical questions, the challenges which we have already faced in some of our tenders or some of our operations. So this particular seminar on corporate governance has more importance for not only us, for all organizations in the coming days to come. As SCL advances on its transformation journey, governance remains central to every initiative, whether it is a reopening of selected closed copper mines in Jharkhand, which you all know, reviving, expanding our copper production, copper ore production, converting the Malanjkhand mine from open cast to underground mining operations, reviving Gujarat copper project in Gujarat on a PPP mode, trying to open some mines which were closed 30 years back in the states of Sikkim and other states in South India. In the context, so lot of things are lying beside us, which we are going to carry up and in the context of Viksit Bharat 2047, as India, because we all know that a country aspires to become a developed nation by that time. So it's a centennial year of independence also. So this corporate governance assumes even greater importance. It is not only essential for organization growth, but also a driver of national development. Just now I was discussing with Agrawal Saab. Actually, these type of seminars and workshops, they are majority for those people who are the fence sitters. I call them fence sitters because they are the people which you have to bring back in your fold of governance, ethics and all that. There are some percentage of people which you cannot do anything with, even if you teach them or guide them. But majority of the people, which I call them as a fence sitters, these type of workshops and seminars play a very important role to bring them in the systems of ethical governance. I'd just like to mention about Hindustan Copper. We have got an ambitious plan of expanding from 4 to 12 million tons in coming 5 to 6 years. We are strengthening our domestic resource also. We have forged global partnerships, collaborating with the biggest company of the world in copper mining, that is Codelco in Chile. We have joined hands with the leading CPSUs, Maharatnas, Coal India, RITES, Indian Oil, GAIL, NTPC, and Oil India for the exploration and mining of critical minerals. So all these foreign ventures or the domestic ventures, they demand more and more of corporate governance. Additionally, we have got agreements with a lot of institutes who are going to help us in critical minerals, namely CSIR, IMT Bhubaneswar, IIT ISM Dhanbad, NML Jamshedpur. In fact, with these values, Hindustan Copper has moved ahead and signed an MOU with State Bank of India for their corporate salary package for the contractual workers. We have made it happen in this country, being the only public sector unit to have a insurance of 1 crore rupees. So this all has come through our strength, motivation, and these type of ethical governance only. These achievements, as I mentioned, are the outcome of our unwavering commitment to good corporate governance. It provides basic framework, systems and procedures. It balances the stakeholders' interest, mitigates risk, improves safety standards, and ensuring compliance, safeguarding reputation and enhancing the performance, which you can already see in the international and national markets. In fact, I'm delighted that today, as I already mentioned in my start, that there will be 2 eminent speakers here, resource persons. I should say resource persons, basically, distinguished experts with remarkable industry experience in corporate governance. I extend my sincere gratitude to them for sharing their valuable insight with us, sir. And with these words, I warmly welcome you again to interact with each and every industry persons whosoever are here and participate with full heart in this corporate governance. And let us make the most of this session and carry forward its essence in our work. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. As you're all aware, Hindustan Copper Limited comes up with Ethics in Ethos, a magazine, well, that delves deep into the system improvements, that mirrors thoughts and experiences of many in pursuit of righteousness. So we have the Ethics in Ethos copies today, and I'll request the dignitaries on the dais to please launch the magazine. And shortly after this, it will be uploaded on the website and it will be available to all as an ebook. Thank you, sir. So we look forward to extremely value-adding sessions in the course of the day. But before that, can we take a short break? You can join us for some tea and refreshments, and we'll resume the session in 15 minutes' time, please. So long then. About to start shortly. We may pick up the threads and resume the session. We are blessed to have with us Swami Sarvottamanandaji, also known as Dr. Shrish Maharaj, who has done his BTech and PhD from IIT Kanpur. He's a Vice Chancellor of Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, a deemed university. Notably, he had secured All India Rank 2 in the joint entrance exam for IIT, All India Rank 1 in GATE, and maintained a near perfect 10 in cumulative performance index throughout his BTech in IIT Kanpur. Swamiji is a rare blend of exceptional intelligence, brilliance, humility, and deep social commitment. Widely admired for his extraordinary problem-solving abilities across engineering disciplines, he consciously chose a life of simplicity and service over conventional professional pursuits. After years of academic excellence and grassroots social engagement, like teaching underprivileged children and supporting workers' causes, he embraced a monastic path dedicated to education, ethical living, and societal upliftment. A recipient of the Distinguished Alumnus Award, IIT Kanpur, he continues to inspire generations through purposeful leadership rooted in compassion and conscience. In his lexicon, money is only an imagined reality, in the pursuit of which we actually lose out on the real treasures of life. We are blessed to have him, as I have said. I'll be requesting Mr. Dev Kumar Kundu to please accompany Swamiji to the dais, please. Pranam Swamiji, we are blessed and honored to have you with us here today. And without much further ado, I'll hand over the floor to Swamiji.
प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स इन रिसर्च है ना, ठीक है, ये रहने दो, यू कैन शो इट, हाँ, नो इट्स फाइन, आई कैन बेटर आई विल कंट्रोल द स्लाइड्स. नमः श्री यतिराजाय विवेकानंद सूरये सच्चित सुखद स्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे. Namaskar. Good afternoon. My topic is corporate ethics. So I was told to give a lecture on corporate ethics. I did not prepare slides specifically for corporate ethics, but I had slides for ethics in research. So these slides have got three parts. You can see introduction, fundamentals, and research ethics. Research ethics I won't touch, but fundamentals and introduction, only that much I will. So these slides I have prepared for ISI. In ISI I had to give one lecture on ethics in research, so I prepared these slides for very old 2017, you can see. Some disclaimer, none of the figures in the presentation are mine, very few of them are mine. I am Swami Sarvottomanand. My background is computer science. Now I am a monk in Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission. Naturally, as a monk, I can say something about I can say a lot about ethics, but I also have some background in philosophical ethics. So I was in IIT Kanpur. I am from IIT Kanpur, computer scientist, but in IIT Kanpur, those people who are quite a few people I have met who are from IIT Kanpur. So in IIT Kanpur and other IITs, they have humanities subjects also in their curriculum. And I did a few of philosophical courses in my humanities courses, one from economics, 3 from philosophy. So one of the course I did, see, in those days when you are a student, I was also in Vivekananda Samiti, and I was also influenced by communism. Professor Shaida was there. He was a formal communist, so he taught in Delhi University. He was a student leader at Aligarh Muslim University, party member of Communist Party of India. So I learned our Marxism from him. So in fact, later on he became existentialist, a very good professor. So I just wanted to tell him that I am also competent to talk about ethics. So I have a formal training in like philosophy of ethics. So what is ethics? I will not give you from the viewpoint of philosophy. So we are engineers. Most of us are like say Hindustan Copper Limited, and others also. They are they have got background from they have got technical background. So we have a certain view of the world naturally. So we'll give our I will give the concept of ethics from the viewpoint of engineers, from the viewpoint of technical people. We generally do not worry too much about philosophical concepts. We are more interested in practical practical angle. So ethics, one thing is ethics, it's a branch of philosophy we know. And these are the issues. What is ethics about? Can we make an ethical judgment? What is the basis of ethical judgment? These are the questions that generally we try to answer. What are the ethical issues involved in the professional, like corporate ethics? Where we fail in professional ethics? One important thing about ethics is the core point actually. What is ethics? And that is first question. Second, we have not mentioned here, but again it is a very important problem, why we should do ethics. And lastly, how? See, as an engineer, we try to, any issue, the engineers try to answer these three questions: what, why, and how. I learned this from our professors and my senior in IIT Kanpur. Teachers told what is the difference between engineers and, say, for example, science, arts. So engineers, they also need to answer what and why, and also they also need to answer how. Because we are practical, we are application oriented, just what and why is theoretical. But that is also important. Like what is ethics, why we should do ethics. We as a social people, we are afraid to ask this question, why we should do ethics. Especially in a lecture like this, we take it for granted that yes, corporate ethics we have to do. But real question is why we are discussing this, because actually many people, they think that it is not necessary. If it is there, it is good, but many people think that ethics in our life, it's not necessary, and that is the problem. So even though this question is not there, why we should do ethics, actually it is very important. I think it is the most important. Because that is where we lack, that we think that it is not a necessary aspect of our life, of our society, of the world, of the nation, of the corporate. But that is the core problem. And as a spiritual person, I would like to, I would try to answer this question in affirmative, and I would like to tell you, yes, it is very much necessary. So these are the questions that we need to ask. The fundamental part of ethics, I will go through these slides very fast. A lot of slides are there, but I will go through these slides fast, and then I will try to give my opinion on corporate ethics. So ethics, or moral philosophy is a branch of philosophy that involves systematizing, defending, and recommending concepts of right and wrong behavior. Very simple thing. I have actually just boiled down the what ethics is in just one sentence. The field of ethics, like aesthetics. Aesthetics is another field of the axiology. So just some terms, no need to give too much importance to these terms. Only thing is what they are. So what is ethics and what is aesthetics? What are the difference? So aesthetics, we all know. So aesthetics is the sense of beauty, sense of value, or we want to tell what is actually what we like, what we don't like. So these things are the part of aesthetics. And what is ethics? It is the judgment about right and wrong. What is the difference? Difference is aesthetics actually it is not black and white. More or less you make a value judgment in the gray scale. That is aesthetics. Otherwise there is not much difference. It also tries to evaluate, aesthetics also tries to evaluate, and ethics also tries to evaluate. But ethics is 0 and 1. Something is right or something is wrong. So this difference, it is there in the theory of ethics. Many people do not know. So that is why they try to say that no, something is good, something is bad, something is in between, something is in gray area. But that is aesthetics. And though you may think that no, we don't have to deal with these things, but really, in our life, all the time we are making this aesthetical judgment and definitely ethical judgment too. Like any decision you take in your life, that has to do with ethics and aesthetics. For example, see if you purchase a mobile, you make an aesthetic judgment, which mobile is good. You purchase something, you make an aesthetic judgment. We, for example, judge students, we evaluate students, we make an aesthetic judgment. Someone is promoted in the company, that is an aesthetic judgment. Among the people you try to make so you think it is not a beauty judgment, but you judge a value. So among all the candidates, you take a candidate and then you promote him. So all promotions are actually value judgments, and those value judgments are aesthetic judgments. So even though you may think that what is this aesthetics and what is this ethics, but all the time you are doing it, though informally you are making this aesthetic judgment and ethical judgment. I am not saying that you have to go deep into the subject, but fundamentals, basics, you need to understand. That is what I tell my students also, because this is a real problem in our society, modern day society. Modern day, this generation Z, the problem is that we don't take our life seriously, and ethical and moral standards, they are coming down. So we have to take these things now at least. We have, because the values are eroding very fast. And in fact, we should worry about it. No, see, you can see that modern days people are not so empathetic to their fellow people. In India it happens. So I'm more worried about like our fellow countrymen. See, something is happening on the road and you ignore it. An accident happens, you just bypass the accident, you don't worry about even if a person is heavily injured. You don't help anyone. In the marketplace, something is in trouble, you don't help. So this is actually lack of empathy, lack of kindness. People are becoming more and more selfish, more and more cruel, and this does not bode well for us Indians and generally our present day generations. So ethics, thank you. Ethics, it is actually, people say that it is something which is very abstract. Actually, first of all, let me be frank. Whenever we talk about ethics, generally we feel that something is, people are telling us to do something, foreign is being imposed on us, and that is why people actually, they have a certain resistance. They are resistant to all kinds of ethical teaching. That is why I first said, first of all, we, in our day-to-day life, we make ethical judgments, we make aesthetic judgment, even though we don't know about it. But when we start teaching about ethics, people feel resistant to these teachings. So ethics are generally, they are created and change, and definitely they will progress. As we, the ideas about ethics are progressive. It's not just do's and don'ts. For example, you have significant historic events, they create a reckoning, like atomic bomb, etc. This is about scientific research. So earlier people were saying that scientific research, science does not have to do anything with the ethics. They don't have to do anything with the society. But what happened? That this atomic bomb happened. Definitely because of atomic bomb, a lot of people died, and science does have certain responsibility, accountability for that research. You can't say that the engineers or the engineers who created atomic bomb, the researchers who research atomic bomb, they don't have any responsibility. However small that responsibility be, they do have some kind of accountability for their research of atomic bomb during the Second World War. They knew actually that this bomb was going to be used in for the Second World War, in the war. Only they did not knew that it would be used on civilian population. In fact, it was a big problem. Even now I think how people can justify. America has actually thrown those bombs on the civilian population, and only country who has used that atomic bomb on other country, and that too not on any military target, it was civilian target. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, both were civilian target, because they only had 2 bombs, and for maximum impact they thought that it would be better to throw in the civilian area. It is a very bad decision. I don't know how people can justify it. So when they have this responsibility, they are culpable for this mistake, then definitely other people too. So this ethical questions you can ask. It's not that you cannot ask this approach, their approach is beyond repair. Only because they are powerful, that does not mean that you cannot ask these questions. You have to ask these questions. So these events, because of these events, our perception about the research, about science changes. Previous to that, previous to wars, in fact, religion, because of religion, a lot of people died. But after this war, you can also say that because of science, a lot of people died. So before this event, science people did not think that they would say that, okay, science is only for knowledge, and science is beyond ethics, science is beyond politics, science is beyond everything else. But after this event, you will see that everything has like we say that in cybernetics, everything is connected. So science is connected to politics, is connected to ethics, is connected to life, is connected to military exercises, military power, military actions. Everything is all is connected. So in fact, that is how we actually say that the ethics and morality, you cannot just ignore it. You have to take into consideration moral and ethical actions in a national level, in the corporate level, in the academic institution level, or in a personal level. You have to do that. So ethical lapses, then changes in cultural values and behavioral norms, new fields of research like AI. So all these things, you will see that by this you can understand that the concept of ethics, it's not something which is constant. It is ever changing, progressive. It changes, it evolves. So, but even then there are some core things. Core thing is what I said, what, why, how. Those things are core things. But the things about ethics, concepts of ethics, they themselves changed. This you have to keep in mind, even though I will tell you about some few things about ethics, but those things actually will change according to situation, according to circumstances. Major areas are meta-ethics, this what I said, what, why, how, these are actually meta-ethics. Then, because we are asking the questions about ethics itself, I say that these are very important questions, the question about ethics itself. And these are very important questions. Why? Because actually we don't know the answer of this and we don't believe the answers. Like, even though we are all assembled here, but many of people will have this background, they will think that, okay, we talk about ethics, but it is something which is optional. It's not optional. So this meta-ethics is very important. And actually, as a spiritual person, I definitely believe that ethics has to be though the concepts are very subjective, sometimes some things we are not very clear about. But what we think is, what we understand is, there should be some ethics, no? So for example, you may say that even if there is no objective, no fundamental theory about ethics. Fundamental means no one fundamental theory about ethics, because all the philosophies, they have different ideas of ethics. So people, they think that there is no unanimity. But you see that in your social life, you have this concept of crime, you have concept of what is wrong, what is right. And in fact, the constitution, the law of land, it is all about ethics. So for example, someone steals in your, someone is a thief, he steals something. Clearly you make a judgment that he is wrong, a pickpocket. You don't say that, okay, this is questionable, maybe he is right, at least when your things are stolen. You don't say that it is, okay, let me think about it, and maybe he is right. You immediately say, no, he is wrong, he should be reported to the police. That means in your day-to-day life, you do have some idea about ethics. You do think that there are some standards of behavior that are acceptable, and standards of behavior that are not acceptable. Next is normative ethics and applied ethics. Normative ethics has to, again, it's theoretical. But normative ethics, once you fix some norms, then you can go on, start deciding what is good and what is bad. Applied ethics is actually like corporate ethics, research ethics, and professional ethics. Those kind of things are there. So ethics, you have this from top to down. Top is very theoretical, like meta-ethics, but very basic questions, important questions. What is ethics and why we should do that? Those things are very important. So applied ethics, I told you, corporate ethics is there, yes. Third is like business corporate ethics, relational ethics. What is relational ethics? Relational ethics is how you, like between husband and wife, parents, friends. So for example, husband, wife, a husband has certain, he has certain, he thinks that his wife's behavior should be a certain type of behavior. Wives have, like for example, loyalty and truthfulness and unselfishness. So those kind of things, you have certain, some agreement is also there. For example, marriage is a social agreement, it is a social contract. But other than that, there are feelings also are involved. So relational ethics we have. Then business corporate ethics, it's third, research ethics, machine AI ethics. I am computer science background, so we have now AI ethics, so how AI should behave and how AI should deal with people. You know that a few months back, there was a suicide case in which a student, he asked AI that what is the best method to commit suicide. And ChatGPT actually told a good method, and that student committed suicide. So clearly here you can see that ethical issues are involved. So the AI should not have told the student how he should commit AI. So this is where, for example, AI issues are there, ethical issues are there in AI. Technological issues, military definitely, I talked about atom bomb. And political ethics, that is where, this is a favorite topic of everyone, that our politicians, they are very corrupt. Public sector ethics, again, you are corporate also, and you are also in public sector. Publication ethics, animal ethics, actually. This is about research ethics, so I am not going to talk about it. So we talked a few things about ethics. What is ethics? So what, why, how? First, we want to answer this, what is ethics? No? See, we have to talk about corporate ethics. Corporation we know, but ethics we have to be very clear about. What is it? So nothing more, nothing less. It is actually the field of philosophy which makes a judgment of human actions. So that is nothing more, nothing less. This is actually any action, whether you should do, whether it is right or wrong. And it is right, then you have to do it. Only this much, nothing more, nothing less. So see, as an engineer or as a technical person, you have to clearly define things. So this is what ethics means, like actions that are good and that you need to do. And as I said earlier, aesthetics is, it gives you evaluation from 0 to 1 or from 1 to 10 scale. But ethics, ethical judgment, they are always black and white. For example, when you go to Supreme Court, the court judge, he has to make an ethical judgment. This is a favorite trick of us teachers, like in ethics. We give a question to the students and then we give an alternative, okay, like for example, the victim and the person who because of whom the victim has suffered, let them sit together and then come up with the solution. Actually, this is a wrong approach. When a victim has come to you, then you have to make a clear judgment. Either you say that whatever victim is saying is wrong, or you have to give a judgment and punish the person who has made the victim suffer. So ethics is actually make a judgment on actions. Generally we say that human actions, for it is because of human, not the machine actions. And how do we make the ethical judgment? There are a few methods. Here I have only said about values and norms, but again, because if you are from the philosophy background, then there are certain methods, ontological reasoning, existential reasoning kind of things. So ontological reasoning is you think like you try to find out what is the reality or what are the things as they stand. And depending on that, you decide. Existential reasoning is kind of you think about the present, you think about the current existence, and then you decide. For example, something may come into existence accidentally. Then immediately, because they have come as a natural course of action, they have come into existence, then you decide about what should their actions be. And lastly is actually you look at the future. That is the pragmatic approach. So these are the general three methods: ontological reasoning that looks at the past, then existential method that looks at the present, and the futuristic or pragmatic approach that looks at the future. For example, you just as an example, you create a train, create a steam engine. So why you have created a steam? To make or to get a person, to get people from point A to point B. That is why you have created steam engine. You have created trains. So that means that the job of the steam engine, of the train, of the railways is to transport people from point A to point B. So that is the ethics of train. This is called ontological reasoning. Ontological reasoning is look at the reality or why the things, the genesis of things, why things were created. So by that reasoning, actually this we again do in our Vedanta in spirituality. So we say that, okay, for example, what is the goal of humans? So we look at the human and we say that what is the reality of that human being? Then we say that, okay, he is Brahma, he is Atma, and which is perfect. That is why the goal of life is to moksha. That is how we reach to this idea that what is the goal of life. So this is ontological reasoning. Again, second is existential reasoning. Existential reasoning, so we have a philosophy, existentialism. Sartre, Kierkegaard, those people were there who started this philosophy. So this philosophy says that things may be created for some reason, but later on through progress or through evolution they have changed. So now, for example, they have certain different needs or they have different goals of life. So depending on your present needs and present goals, your actions and your ethics will change. So that is existentialism, existential thinking. The pragmatic approach is you look at, again, third approach is you look at the future. So you say, for example, whatever might be now, what is your goal? So, for example, the goal may be happiness. So, different, you have got this now vision and mission statement. So, nowadays this, the organization, corporate, they have got this vision and mission statement. So, these vision and mission statement, they might not be at the present time, sorry, at the present time they might not be true. But this is our vision, this is our goal. So, for example, Red Cross Society, there are different activists, different social service organizations, they have got different goals. Health organizations will have health goals, educational societies will have educational goals. Ramkrishna Mission, for example, it has got Atmano Mokshatham Jagadhitaya as a goal. So, general economic UNICEF will have different goal. This depends on actually each this kind of professional hazard. No, like, engineers will have engineering goals, doctors will have medical doctor-like health goals. Economists, they think that if they GDP, they increase GDP, they increase the salaries of people, then that will be a very good society. In fact, when I read this our welfare economics, even Nobel Prize winners they have, I was not very satisfied, like for example, because I think that economic goal is only one part of it. And the best example is the countries where you have got lot of money, but other kinds of development might not be there. For example, our Middle East countries, lot of money is there, but social freedom and other kinds of freedom, technological development, whether it is there, it is very difficult to answer. Or even say country like America, whether it is very peaceful and people are really happy. European countries, lot of European countries in the human happiness index, they score more than America. So really money, actually we know that money does not give you peace, or money does not give you happiness. So happiness index definitely. So these economists, they are, because of their profession, they will think that if you have enough money, or if you have got enough financial strength, that is the goal. So different people have different goals in their life. So in their they think that there are different goals for society, for corporates, etc. So if pragmatism fix some goals, and then we say that if that goal is achieved, then that is the ethical, that is good or that is bad. For example, science will say, really, actually we have got a lot of different goals. Like science will say that knowledge, someone will say peace. Peace, actually a lot of activists say that it is peace, but I think that happiness is better than the goal of peace. Because generally, if you, except for places like Ukraine and where you have got strifes are going on, internal strifes, more or less people are at peace. You look at any house, people are at peace. But that is not the goal of happiness. Anyway, so when we talk about these values and norms, this is only one of the methods. But we have got ontological reasoning, existential reasoning, and last of all, this pragmatic approach, where we look at the results. So normative, this is normative ethics, etc. And because of this, actually, the ethics has got a very bad name. Normative ethics actually fix some rules, like you do not curse in polite conversation. So do not kill. Right? Do's and don'ts. We think that ethics is do's and don'ts, but that is actually the least the understanding of what ethics is. So, for example, norms. These are norms in research, but anyway, some of the norms like tell the truth, be honest, etc. So values, these are values. So when I talked about the goals of life, that is actually value. So ethics is about norms and values. But it's more to that, but I'm giving very simplistic view of ethics that you should understand. Like for example, this kind of seminars, I have to give you a brief overview from an engineer's point of view, from a technical point of view. So we are not humanities people, we are not philosophy, we are not going into philosophy. We just, though it's look like very deep kind of discussion that we are doing, but these things I am just giving very superficial overview. So fixing our norms, again, ethical judgment is difficult. I could give you, but I want to skip that. Anyway, so this is again do's and don'ts, talking about do's and don'ts. Ethics, what is ethics? We are still in what is ethics. We have not, second question we have not yet gone to, like why of ethics. So what is, again, this is a very common understanding, and we talked about norms and values. Some problem with values is there, like for example, if we are kind of very mathematical people, so then we try to optimize this value, like optimize this happiness, kind of we try to make it, like economists do that. All the economic theory will be that, though it may look laughable, but when you fix the values, then you can actually make a solid theory of it, and then you try to maximize that value. But in the earlier slide, I actually said this. So for example, here it is because of it is a multi-agent problem, only top statement. Don't go through the below things, because it is a multi-agent, lot of people are there, no? So for example, if I try to maximize the happiness, just for example. So if I try to maximize, I can make someone happy, but I will, at the same time, I will make some other person unhappy. For example, in games, not every person can win, though we talk about win-win strategy, but most of the time it is one will win and other will lose. So then we'll say that Bahujan Hitaya Bahujan, from Sarvajan Hitaya Sarvajan Sukhaya, we come to Bahujan Hitaya Bahujan Sukhaya, sacrifice a few for the many. Like that is actually, that means that it is actually because it's a multi-agent problem. When it is a multi-agent problem, these values, they will start coming into conflict. So it's not as easy, right? So from these do's and don'ts, right and wrong, good and evil, this ethics, actually the lowest is do's and don'ts. And though it's difficult, as I said, values and norms, fixing of values and norms is difficult. After if values are fixed, even then, because it is multi-agent problem, these do's and don'ts are difficult to fix. But let us say that we have fixed do's and don'ts. Okay, so the question is that, is it really what ethics is? For example, we say, I will just give an example. So do's and don'ts, do not kill. Now we understand, do not kill. Do not kill human beings. Okay, let us say that. Do not kill human beings. It is ethical, right? But you see, there are exceptions. When a soldier, he kills someone in a war, instead of punishing, you reward him. That means this do not kill, it's not absolute. Then you have, you will say that, okay, let us not see the action. Let us see at the result of action. Because of his action, the country was saved, maybe. That is why we should reward him. So then again it happens, it may happen for, I will give another example where a doctor, he does an operation and a patient dies. So result is bad really. But even then you don't punish a doctor. So what does it mean? It means that even though result is bad, you look at something else, and what is that? What that else is? Intention. So from first, then do's and don'ts, you come to whether it is he had good intention or not. So that is why I said this. First is do's and don'ts. Last is good or evil intention. Really speaking, ethics is all about intention. It is not about actually do's and don'ts. But the thing is difficult to find out the intention. Court actually, they tries to do it. They try to do it. It's not that, so if the intention is good, even the action is bad, your punishment actually it is reduced. So the courts also do that. But the thing is, a person like murderer also, he will say that I have got good intention. That is why I killed someone. Very difficult to find intention. At least if a person is a good actor, then difficult to find intention. But even then, we say that ethics is not in the action. So first says that ethics is in the action, in the act. Second says that ethics is not in the act, but it is on something else. Most of the time it is on the result. So first says that ethics is in the act, second says ethics is on the action, on the result of the action, and third says ethics is in the intention. So these are three levels. So for example, our Bhagavad Gita, though we say that it is a scripture for ethical actions, but people do not believe it. Why? For the simple reason. Sri Krishna, he tells about the action, but it's all about intention. He says that even if you have right intention, if you are not attached to work and you participate in war, that is the righteous war. Because of that, the foreigners, like the philosophers, they don't consider Bhagavad Gita as a moral scripture, ethical scripture. But our attitude towards ethics is that, not just us, even the philosophy talks about this intention. It says that it's not, all the ethics is not in the do's and don'ts. So I would finish this, what is ethics, because this is my final final summary about what is ethics. Ethics is actually all about intentions. Your intention should be good. And then even you commit mistakes, that is acceptable. Right? So it's not, even though we started with ethics is judgment about the actions, but the judgment of action should be with good intention. So if you have got good intention, then the action is correct, or if you have got bad intentions, the action is wrong. Right? So lot of time has, how many, I want to someone to keep time. So we come to why of ethics. So I said, no, what, time I have to, I need to tell me the time. And I want 10 minutes for question answers also. 5 minutes. Huh? Okay. So, this is an important question, no? Because really, let us be very frank and honest about it. Not all of us are convinced that ethics actually is necessary. It is there, but it is necessary not. So, I will give this answer here in this slide because our students, they are all very, they have generally, they are not very spiritual. So, I have prepared this slide for like very secular kind of background, people with secular background. But generally this ethics, why of ethics, we need a spiritual background or spiritual argument to answer actually. Really, I don't think if we don't have materialists, it can be answered with your materialistic philosophies. Again, why one should be ethical, we have to, I am just giving this slide, then I will give you the argument that why we should be ethical from the spiritual point of view. This is actually what many of people believe. This from top to down, more or less in this order. From here, enlightened, these are the ideas of people, enlightened self-interest. Everyone is unethical, then it is a problem for me. Definitely, we want others to be ethical. Though we are very big liars, but we want that people should be truthful to us. No? So maybe I am disloyal to my wife or husband, but I would like my wife and husband to be very loyal to me. So this is enlightened kind of self-interest. Fear of repercussion, Swami Vivekananda said that we are moral because of police. In India, it is very true. They had this a shop where they removed all the cameras for a test and then saw that everything was stolen. Only the camera that will make us moral. Ethical egoism, it will help me to get what I want. Like the corporate, it is again corporates do charity, you know that. But many of the time it is to not for general real goodwill, but it is to get a very good name for them, to generate goodwill of the people. That is why they do charity. So this is called ethical egoism. I will do good because then others will do good to me. Social, cultural, traditional norms, because someone else tells me to do good. That is why I will do good. It is written in the books. My parents have told me, my teachers have told me, different forms. Give and take. So it is kind of a bartering system. Because the country has done to me, I will. This again, not bad, but it is the levels, like Swami Vivekananda said, from lower truths to higher truths. We travel from lower truths to higher. So top is lower truth, and as we go down, at least when you think people do some ethical actions, they don't outright reject ethics. So that is the plus point. All these thinkings, they people do think about think like this in different time of their life. Give and take is again this bartering system, or it's kind of a contract. So nation has done, my family has done to me, so I should return to family. Not bad, it's there. And then sense of noble sacrifice. Because everyone else would be happier. People are there who will do that. And like for example, Shahid Bhagat Singh, and he thought that if he sacrifices his own life, people will become aware of the slavery, of the dependence, or like when our country was not independent. Then lastly is doing good for its sake, good for the sake of good. So that is the highest, the ethics of a Superman, of Buddha. But this question, let me finish these slides. I would come back to the spiritual point, because as a monk, if I don't talk about spirituality, then it looks very not normal. So let me bring spirituality in it. See, why do, for example, me, it's my opinion, why do we need to do ethics? See, it is because of a law of karma. Law of karma, it is because of that we have got, when we do good, good is returned to us. When we do bad, we will reap bad reward, bad karmas, bad results. So that is law of karma. Why this we should consider law of karma? See, because we have got this infinite life. If it is not infinite life, it's only this life. See, why Western philosophy, they struggle with this subjective ethics. They struggle with this subjective ethics because they don't consider that this life can be infinite. If the life is finite, really you cannot justify ethics. Because you see, a person at the deathbed, he really does not need to be ethical, because there is no result, no? So he is going to die. So whatever he does, the result vanishes. Or other thing is, if someone person who does something no one knows, then you will say that it is whether it is good or bad. So as you say, no, कि जब तक पकड़ी नहीं गई तब तक ये चोरी नहीं. So that means these kind of things will happen, and you cannot justify it. Ethics says no. This, in fact, real ethics is that you will say that these are bad actions. Even though someone has not seen you stealing, it's still stealing. So spirituality, only if there is infinite life, only if there is a law of karma, then only you have you can have a notion of ethics. Only if there is an infinite life, go on, you do something, it is returned as a good result. You do bad, and it is returned to you as a bad result. Then only this ethics is meaningful. And we do believe that there is a rebirth. No? So Sri Ramakrishna, you must have you must have heard this story. Swami Vivekananda, when he had got cancer, Swami Vivekananda, he thought that if he says that he is avatar, then I will believe him. And then Sri Ramakrishna said, कि जय राम जय कृष्ण सही राम कृष्ण, तुम्हार वेदांत मते नहीं. So actually he said he is avatar, but the thing is you can imply from this that there is rebirth. Even Bhagavad Gita, Shri Krishna said, not just in Hinduism, Mahatma Buddha also, he had remembered his previous lives in Jatak Katha. Because of that, you have got rebirth. And when you consider this rebirth, then all the ideas about what you should do, what you should not do, it changes, really. So, for example, now your goal might be that sabse bada rupaiya, your career might be very important. But when you have long term to think, things change. See, for example, children, they are very short time goal. So a 4 years kid, 5-year kid, 8-year kid, he does not understand, he does not want to study. But the parents, they make him study. Why? Because they know that life is not only 10 years, 12 years. Later on, he will have need to study. So whenever you have a long time to consider, your goals change. Similarly, when you have only one life, the goal might be career, have a healthy life, or a peaceful life. That's it. And sometimes you may think that even if I take some shortcuts, that is okay. But what happens if you have got infinite life? If you have got infinite life, if you are your real self is not just this body, then the considerations of this body are not important. And that is why you see, when you become older and when you have got everything, career, money or family, you come to understand there are more things than, many more things than just career. When we are young, that time we understand, we think that career is fine, only career is okay. But later on, when we grow a little older, like now what your age is, for example, then you will understand there are really many more things than your career, your family, your friends, and general peace of life, stability. Those things are really very important. And as you grow older, you understand this. So this is what is actually spirituality. That's what is spirituality. It is something which exists apart from what you see. That's something which is supernatural. Natural world you see, and supernatural, something supernatural exists. Just because you don't see and it does not interfere with your life does not mean it does not exist. So this sense of existence of supernatural, it is there, it is part of you, that makes it important for you. See, Mahatma Buddha, he said this. I am a big fan of Mahatma Buddha. So Mahatma Buddha said, okay, this is a world is full of misery, we know that. So he had got this 4 Arya Satya. Na? Arya Satya is there, one is Dukkham Dukkham Sarvam Dukkham. So Dukkham Dukkham, world is full of misery. It is actually true. Many people here, they are sufficiently, they have, at least now, they might not have come from affluent background, but now you have got an affluent background, or at least upper middle class background. So generally your life will be happy. But from time to time you will get kicks. So really, for example, at COVID time, everyone present might have near and dear, at least few relatives who have died at the time of COVID. So everything was going on happily, suddenly world full of COVID and people are dying. So this world is full of misery. Mahatma Buddha said, misery is there. Dukkham Dukkham Sarvam Dukkham. But again, if world is full of misery, misery is permanent, you can't do anything. So you have to accept it. That is what science, our modern people do. They accept the death, they accept their one life, and they go on. Another, the show goes on. But Mahatma Buddha said, if it is not permanent, it is temporary, it is something which is created by some forces, so it has got the cause. If it has got a cause and it is not naturally occurring without cause, it is not just without cause, then you can think about removing it. So that is second Arya Satya, that dukkha has got this cause. And again, if it is, cause is there but you can't remove it, then you can't do anything. So Mahatma Buddha said, no, there is a method, and that is nirvana. And so there is something which can remove this cause. So that is nirvana. This is third Arya Satya. And again, nirvana is, for example, only for people like Mahatma Buddha, Sri Ram, Krishna, Vivekananda, nothing to do with me. Then again, I don't have to worry about it. But fourth, he said, no, there is a method. And that Ashtang, it is an eightfold path. Eightfold path by which you can attain nirvana. And everyone can do it. So main thing is, main thing about this ethics or spirituality, etc. is, it is part of our life. So it's not just that it is something which is there in the books, and we can actually use it to get out of this world and reach the goal of life, whatever it may be. I am not just saying that it is moksha. You may think that some other goal might be there, but just something is infinite, it changes all. It has to be a long-term goal. It cannot be short-term goal. So any long-term goal is fine. Like if you think about peace, constant development, or your evolution, and or whatever, the development of culture, development of knowledge, acquisition of knowledge, or goal of knowledge, whatever it might be. When there is infinite life and over the period it can be achieved, Shri Krishna says that. Over the period you can, it's not something, the progress is not lost. You from one life to another life you go, then you are born in Srimatam, Gehe, or Yogi's house, and you go continue it. So whatever progress, spiritual progress is there, even though you forget about it, that is something, it is something you all, you keep on accumulating. And over the lives, you will get the result. So that is why this why of ethics, it is part of us and necessary. Earlier I said, no, people think that it is not necessary, it is optional. Not optional, it is necessary. Why it is necessary? Because you are not just a physical being. You are made of, your body, mind and soul. And soul part is infinite. It is a spiritual. So physical thing for physical body, mental things for mental body, spiritual things for spiritual body. And ethics is all has to do with, when I talk about the right intention, so you have to have this right intention. That is spirituality. Spirituality is you have to have good intention. Actually, this Sri Ramakrishna's Jatomat Tatopat, no? So exact what is the way, that is not important. You can go by your bhakti path, you can go by jnana path, you can go by karma path, you can go by rajo or any other path. But that path, Jatomat Tatopat, it should have right intention. This, that is why Sri Swamiji's character building, man making character building was there. So this why I think that we need to think about it very deeply, and we should convince ourselves that it is necessary, because we are not just this body, but we are also soul. So this ethics, right kind of action, right kind of intention, we always need to have. Lastly, a few things I will talk about this corporate ethics. And I will have, I think I will have only 5 or 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Huh? Oh, no, I will not, because already this kind of, people get bored of this subject, I know that. So I would finish with only corporate ethics. See, when I was studying this, I did ethics. We, in the study, so in philosophy, all the communism has got kind of what ethics should be. Then existentialism also we had idea of ethics. We also did German idealism. So German idealism also has got this ethics, what they fix about values. So each philosophy has got ideas of ethics. Even our Vedanta has got what should be done or what should not be done. So in fact, Vedanta talks about objective ethics. Objective ethics, why this is objective ethics, is because they say that everything is one, everyone is one, like Brahma, one is Brahma. So it naturally it becomes objective ethics. No? So whatever action that makes you come near to Brahma, whatever action that makes you achieve oneness with Brahma, that is correct. So very objective definition. So we don't believe in subjective idea of ethics. So subjective ethics idea, each one has got its own goal, each one has got its own values and standards, and therefore each standard of ethics is different. That is how we differed from our Western philosophies. In Indian philosophies, even Buddhism also, they have got objective ethics. Though their ethics is somewhat different, but Indian ethics, because of oneness, we have got objective ethics. Again, the code of ethics, our Samvidhan, for example, constitution, it is also actually codified ethics. Though we don't know about it, but it is codified and it talks about what has to be done. Mostly it is about punishment. So what it talks about mostly don'ts, but it has got all the constitutional, all the constitutions of the world. They kind of try to make an objective ethical viewpoint. So corporates also, we have got corporate ethics. Actually, the books are there. So when I was studying research ethics, I also studied some books in corporate ethics. Actually, I was very disappointed because you see that corporate ethics books, very surprised. So research ethics, somehow they talk about ideals, like they will talk about knowledge, etc. But see, corporate ethics, very strangely, they mostly, even the books also, they talk about like, if you can make money without disturbing others, that is all right kind of things. Really, I was very surprised. Like they have a very watered down understanding of ethics. But I say, so I will say that like जो है कि बाबा जी प्रभावित नहीं हुए. That is so I say that no, we should actually have slightly higher viewpoint of this ethics. See, I say that anywhere people are involved, see, when people are involved, so their Atma gets awakened. See, for example, nation. So even nation, lot of people are involved. So national soul comes into existence. Swamiji said, like for our national soul is for spirituality. Ki jaise Bharat Mata. It's not just a concept. We say that anywhere people are involved, lot of people are involved, see a soul case, say Ramakrishna Mission. It's not just a group of people, like it's not just a company. So mission, like you say that Red Cross Society, you really see that they have got some belief system and they are working towards some goal. Naturally, this the group of people, the corporates, the nations, they are born and they die. But they see that any group of people, you had this kind of, they have, the soul comes into existence there. You may think that it's very unscientific, but people have seen, like for example, very material things like Ganga Devi, people have vision of them. No? So Thakur had seen lot of in Ishavasya Upanishad also, Surya Devata also he has seen. Yo Savaso Purusho So Ahamasmi. I have seen that Purusha who is behind. So inanimate objects can give birth to soul. Then what to talk about? See, soul is a very strange concept. You may, for human beings also, you may dissect the human being, but you cannot find soul. So very difficult to explain. So I am not giving you any explanation. But I believe that corporates have much bigger goal than making money. See, private corporates, they come into existence for making money. But a government corporate doesn't. You see, government corporate like Hindustan Coppers, it does not came into existence to make money. It came into existence to manage this activity of copper mining, right? So the goal was different. So all the corporates, though now all the corporates are chucked together, but their character is different. Some of the corporates, they come into existence, for example, for profit making, like your multinationals are there. They come into existence with the goal that, okay, let us come together, make money, how we can make money, more and more money. But not all corporates. National corporates are there. They have come into existence for the need to manage things. And there are other corporates with higher goals like Ramakrishna Mission or say Red Cross Society. And it's also a corporate kind of thing, society kind of thing. It has also association. It has come into existence for a higher goal. Like Red Cross Society, really good society. They have the doctors, see where people are afraid to go. And they, without fearing for their life, both sides war. Like for example, in this Israel-Gaza conflict, they went to Gaza. When no one was going, they went to Gaza. Ukraine, they went to Ukraine. Anywhere. Anywhere there is war, they will go. And rightly, they got Nobel Prizes several times. So the corporates also, I think, they are better example of corporate ethics. So the corporates, they are they are there to make money or to survive, but apart there is some goal, and that goal is to do something which is, say for example, use of copper, application of copper, doing research. That is your goal. It's not just making money, not just surviving, but finding your place in the society and make a society a better place. So there is actually, that is why this your CSR is also there. Because society and corporate, they are not different entities. One entity, I said no, so everything is connected, all are connected. You are connected with the society, part of the society, naturally. It's not that society is there and you have, a corporate has come from heaven. Corporate has come from this society. So the goals of corporate and the goals of the society and the goal of a person, everything is actually, it is connected and it should match. And I would say that anvano mokshartham jagadhitayacha, at least jagadhitayacha, that should be goal of all the corporates. And from there only you can think about this charity. Other goals, I would say, like they are all the watered down and lower goals of the corporate. With this, I will finish my talk. Thank you very much. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you, Swamiji, for a soul-searching speech. But then looks like we have now more questions we had earlier. Would you like to have questions now? But then, of course, there are many questions, like is life at all finite or infinite? On which Swamiji can surely talk for hours. So if somebody wants to ask a question, yes, please. Yeah. Could somebody hand over the mic to him?
First of all, I would like to compliment with you, Swamiji, for enlightenment. So my doubt is that this ethics is standard or circumstantial?
Or?
Circumstantial.
Again, I answered this when we say that about the objective. No? So again, the intention part is subjective, definitely. So it is circumstantial to some sense. But standard in the sense that the values are standard. When we say we can actually decide whether something is more or less something, very something paradoxical usually does not occur. Most of the times you can have a clear-cut understanding of what is good or what is bad. See, only let me give you, so for example in mathematics, you have got a set of things, look. So you have to say, you have to divide this set into two parts. If the definition is kind of fuzzy or foggy definition is there, we call it fuzzy definition, then the borderline is kind of, we are not able to decide. But lot of things we are able to decide. So standard is there, definitely. But again, because of our understanding, because of errors in judgment, there are a few things in the border area. which we are not able to, always there will be people, half of the people believe that something is on the right side or something on the left side. For example, this story, when there is a person who was pursued by robbers. And when he went away, a monk was sitting, a sadhu was sitting, he saw that person going away. Then robbers come after him, and they ask the sadhu which way the person went away. So now there is a dilemma, whether to tell truth or whether to save the life. But this kind of situation usually occur very few times. So only when these situations occur, there is no clear-cut standard, depending on the value. So value, what is your value? If your value is saying truth, then you will say that saying truth is right. People do say that. And if your value is life, saving life becomes important, which I believe. I believe he should tell falsehood, and other people say that no, he should keep quiet. I don't believe that. He should actually say falsehood, he commit falsehood to save the life. I am that person. But again, this is kind of no clear-cut standards. But again, I would say most of the time, things are not those, not that kind of like paradoxical or dilemma is there. In fact, that is why courts are there. Courts are there to solve, at least for this criminal kind of cases, the courts are there. But in other cases, again, dilemmas are there. But usually, if you are unselfish, again, I would say there is this idea of unselfishness. If you are unselfish, then most of the time your actions will be right. And when you are selfish, most of the time your actions will be bad.
Thank you.
Thank you, Swamiji. Ethics gives corporate governance its soul, while governance gives ethics its system. I'll now request. Oh, sorry. There's another question coming.
Swami, just one small thing. Many a times it happens that we are doing a lot of things which is legal, but that may not be ethical. Lot of cases are there. For example, small example I will give you. In our country, we have the death penalty. Now, is it ethical? Because many countries have already abolished the death penalty, because we have no right to take someone's life when we cannot give it. So what is your views on this point?
Oh, Mahatma Gandhi said this first. Mahatma Gandhi said, when he was in South Africa, he said this, that something is legal does not mean it is ethical, and something which is illegal does not mean it is unethical.
So what is your views on
that? So actually there is a difference. Like legal means actually you have got a law, constitution, and ethics is little bit higher. So as a monk, I would definitely say that one should be ethical. So sometimes he may do some illegal action. But again, I would stress this, that don't worry too much about this ethics and law. Think about your good intentions. So you have to develop goodness. That is the most important thing. So if you are developing goodness like heart, Swamiji said no, the head, heart and hand. So again, head and heart, if there is a conflict, heart. So if you have good heart, then automatically these problems will solve. So if you have good heart, you don't worry about what is legal, illegal, what is ethical, ethical. But again, very difficult to practice, right? So as a monk, definitely I would say that having good intention, that is the best. Bhala socho, bhala karo. And think about this ethical or illegal or things about that later on. See, in fact, I saw one video, one instructional video was there. So he said that basically when something like a serious emergency happens, you don't think about anything. Immediately you should try to solve that emergency. So he was giving a demonstration. For example, someone is drowning. What you should do? So whether you should think that you know some kind of swimming, or whether you can save, or how fast a river is. No. Immediately he was demonstrating. He said immediately you should jump to save, because by that life can be saved. So for good intentions, you don't think too much कि what is actually, ज़्यादा हम लोग ज़्यादा सोचते हैं, उतना ज़्यादा सोच नहीं, भला करो भला बनो. That is actually Mahatma Buddha also said कि if you have got good heart, many things will be clear. Okay.
So thank you so much. Between this oscillation, between being absolute or relative, you finally help us to precipitate at one point on good intention.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful, sir. Actually, I was also confused. Thank you. May I now request CMD HCL, sir, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, to please felicitate Swamiji.
Facilitate तो हो गया. एक बार facilitate तो
So
हो
we have
गया.
a small thing to remember, a token of reverence, a very small thing.
आपने जो हम लोगों को शिक्षा दी है, इसके ऊपर ये law.
बोरिंग तो नहीं हुआ तो.
जो कुछ है सब लिख दीजिए फाइल. Don't keep anything here. कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता. Nobody in this world can do anything wrong. जो यहाँ पर है सब लिख दीजिए फाइल. क्या सरकार साहब ऐसे ही होना चाहिए. This is what all CVOs will agree. जो भी यहाँ पे है, you should write everything there.
Thank you, sir. I'll now request all the dignitaries, all the invitees to please come up on the dais for a photo session. All the CVOs, the former CVOs and their teams. And our senior officials of HCL, please. ED Mining sirs, Mr. Vinod ji aa jaiye. GM sirs, DGM sirs, please come down. Please come up to the dais. So please. Thank you so much indeed. It was quite a moment, it was quite a session. We always keep on thinking about this. But now we have a lot more left. So we now have with us, Mr. S.N. Agarwal, an IRSC of the 1980 batch, a distinguished civil engineer and eminent administrator. He has served with great distinction as member staff of Railway Board and ex officio secretary to the Government of India. An officer of exceptional professional standing, he has held several landmark leadership positions in Indian Railways. His illustrious career spans several railway zones as well as RDSO, reflecting his vast administrative depth and technical mastery. RDSO, or Research, Designs and Standards Organization, as we already know, is a sole R&D wing of the Ministry of Railways. With advanced professional training in India and abroad, including the USA, Australia and France, and with numerous technical papers presented at international forums, Mr. Agarwal is widely revered for his visionary leadership, statesmanship, and enduring contributions to the nation's railway infrastructure and public service. And railways, as you know, is a lifeline of the country. Thank you, sir, for your presence today. We are honored with your presence today, sir. May I request Mr. Venu Vijay to please accompany Mr. S. N. Agarwal to the dais, please. So we have been looking forward to listening to you all this while. Welcome, sir. With this, I hand over the floor to you.
Namaskar. Dear Sri Sanjeev Singh Ji, CMD Hindustan Copper Limited, Sri Sanjeev Sinha Ji, Director Finance, Director Operations and Mining, and हमारे जो डायरेक्टर फाइनेंस हैं, साथ ही हमारे सीईओ श्री हरसिमरन जी, अदर डिग्निटरीज, आज की इस सेमिनार के मुख्य जो वक्ता थे, स्वामी सर्वोत्तम आनंद जी, वाइस चेयरमैन, वाइस चांसलर रामकृष्ण मिशन विवेकानंद यूनिवर्सिटी, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी सीवीओज, एक्स सीवीओज, अन्य dignitaries and friends. आप सबने श्री स्वामी सर्वोत्तम आनंद जी को तो सुना और उन्होंने पूरे विषय को फिलॉसफिकल रूप से और आध्यात्मिक रूप से समराइज करके आप लोगों के सम्मुख प्रस्तुत किया। तो उसके बाद में मेरे पास में हालांकि कहने को कुछ ज़्यादा बचता नहीं है, पर फिर भी मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि उनकी जो ये सागर है इस विषय के ऊपर में, उसमें से एक लोटा पानी लेके आप लोगों के सम्मुख मैं प्रस्तुत कर सकूं। और चूँकि मेरा पूरा कैरियर गवर्नमेंट सर्विस में निकला है, इसलिए फ्लेवर जो है वो थोड़ा सा गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर ओरिएंटेड रहेगा। और मुख्यतः मैं जो मेरे प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, मैं उन्हीं के ऊपर आधारित आपसे चर्चा करूंगा। और शायद है कुछ जो सवालात यहाँ पूछे गए उसका जवाब भी शायद आप लोगों को उसके अंदर में मिलेगा। तो पहले तो मैं SCL को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ इस प्रकार का आयोजन करने के लिए। और अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो हमारे स्कूल कॉलेजेस हैं, हालांकि स्वामी जी ने ये वो एड्रेस किया था कि उनका IIT में ह्यूमैनिटीज़ सब्जेक्ट में एथिक्स वगैरह के ऊपर में पढ़ाया जाता है, बट बाकी और शायद जो हमारे स्कूल कॉलेजेस हैं उसमें इस सब्जेक्ट को टोटली इग्नोर किया जाता है। और अनफॉर्चुनेटली जब हम लोग अपने सर्विस कैरियर में भी पदार्पण करते हैं, उसके बाद में भी हम लोगों को इस विषय पर ज़्यादा कहीं पर ट्रेनिंग या इस तरीके के सेमिनार, इस तरीके की अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिलती है। तो मेरा आग्रह आप सब लोगों से रहेगा कि जहाँ भी कोशिश हो, स्पेशली जो न्यू एंट्रेंट्स हैं, अगर हम उन लोगों को कैच देम व्हेन दे आर यंग, जब डाई इज़ नॉट कास्टेड, उस समय में अगर आप उनको पकड़ के इस विषय के ऊपर में थोड़ा सा आत्मचिंतन करने के लिए प्रेरित करेंगे तो शायद समाज में हम बहुत सारे जो सुधार हैं वो हम ला सकेंगे। तो नाउ I'll like to start my talk with a small story by name Satyakam. ये जो सत्यकाम की कहानी है, ये बंगाल के एक राइटर हुए हैं श्री नारायण सान्याल। उन्होंने 1960s में एक नावल लिखा था, उसके ऊपर में आधारित है। और इसका जो मुख्य किरदार है वो सत्यप्रिय नाम का एक व्यक्ति है, और इसी को लेकर बाद में ऋषिकेश मुखर्जी ने 1969 में एक सत्यकाम नाम से फिल्म भी बनाई थी। अगर आप लोग उसे गूगल वगैरह या इस पर यूट्यूब पे सर्च करेंगे तो आपको मिल भी जाएगी, आप देख सकते हैं। और इसमें जो मुख्य किरदार है जिसका नाम सत्यप्रिय है, ही इज़ ए वेरी ऑनेस्ट एंड ए ट्रुथ लविंग कैरेक्टर। तो ये उसके जब वो अपने कॉलेज के डेज, जब वो अपना कॉलेज में ग्रेजुएशन कर रहा था, उस समय की एक वाक़या उसके अंदर में आता है जिसमें कि वो अपने फाइनल एग्ज़ाम में अपीयर हो रहा है। और जैसा आप लोगों को मालूम है कि सर्वेइंग एक इंजीनियरिंग का एक सब्जेक्ट होता है जो अंडर ग्रेजुएशन में सभी ब्रांचेस को पढ़ाया जाता है। तो सर्वेइंग का एग्ज़ाम चल रहा है और उसमें उनको एक प्रैक्टिकल क्लोज ट्रैवर्स का फ्लाई लेवलिंग करने के लिए एक्सरसाइज दी जाती है। तो उसमें फ्लाई लेवलिंग में ये होता है कि आपको 8-10 पॉइंट हैं, आपको एक पॉइंट से स्टार्ट करना है और 8-10 पॉइंट को लेवल करते हुए वापस से स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट पे आना होता है। एंड अगर कोई आपके सर्वेइंग में कोई एरर है तो वो इट इज़ रिफ्लेक्टेड इन द फॉर्म ऑफ ए क्लोजिंग एरर, और आपको फिर जो इनिशियल लेवल है और फाइनल लेवल है वो मैच नहीं करेंगे। तो जब वो अपनी पूरी जो उसकी रीडिंग्स हैं वो अपने आंसर बुक में लिखता है और उसके बाद में जो रिड्यूस लेवल निकालता है तो उसे 10 सेंटीमीटर का फ़र्क मिलता है अपने रिज़ल्ट में। उस 10 सेंटीमीटर के फ़र्क से अच्छा बाकी लोगों को भी, बाकी जो उसके साथी थे, उसके जो साथी और विद्यार्थी थे, उन सबको वो फ़र्क मिलता है। तो सब लोग उसको बोलते हैं कि भाई देखिए फाइनल एग्ज़ाम है, तो अगर रीडिंग्स को थोड़ा बहुत मैनिपुलेट कर ले, हेरा फेर कर ले, नहीं तो फेल हो जाएगा। तो जो सत्यप्रिय है वो कहता है नहीं, मेरे को तो जो रीडिंग मिली है मैं एज इट इज़ उसको प्रोड्यूस करूँगा, और वो अपने आंसर बुक में एज इट इज़ उनको प्रोड्यूस कर देता है। और उसके बाद में वो आउट ऑफ हिज आई विल से फ्रस्ट्रेशन कहिए या ट्रुथफुलनेस कहिए, वो उसमें ये लिख देता है कि मैं डिस्पाइट माय बेस्ट एफर्ट्स मेरे को ये 10 सेंटीमीटर की एरर आई है। अब उसके बाद में रिज़ल्ट आता है और रिज़ल्ट सबकी आशाओं के विपरीत ये होता है कि क्लास में सिर्फ सत्यप्रिय पास होता है और बाकी सब फेल हो जाते हैं। कारण ये था कि द ट्रूथ प्रिवेल्ड। एंड ट्रूथ क्या था कि जो एग्जामिनर था उसने जब लोगों ने सर्वे अपना करना शुरू कर दिया तो इनिशियल पॉइंट को उसने 10 सेंटीमीटर लोअर कर दिया। एज ए रिजल्ट जब सब लोग लौट के आए तो 10 सेंटीमीटर की एरर आई एंड ही ट्रूथफुली रिपोर्टेड इट एंड ही पास एंड एवरीबडी एल्स वाज फेल्ड। तो कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि जो सत्य की शक्ति है वो हम लोगों को समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। जैसे स्वामी जी ने कहा कि हमारे को मतलब इंटेंशन शुड बी राइट, अल्टीमेटली इट इज़ द इंटेंशन। एंड एज ही वेरी एप्टली मेंशन्ड दैट what is ethics, how it is ethics, and why ethics, how what is ethics, why ethics, and how it is to be executed. So let us first come to what is ethics. Although Swamiji has dealt it in great detail, I am not going to all those details, but I am just taking you to some basic definitions available in different dictionaries, etc. Some says doing right thing in right way. Now question comes, what is right? So as he said, right also is a sort of subjective thing. Then another definition is following laid down principles. So whatever our rules, regulations are there, so follow that. Another definition could be, as he mentioned, Bahujan Hitay, doing greatest things for greatest numbers. गांधी जी का भी हम यही कहना था कि whatever decision you take, think of the poorest man and see whatever you decide is good for him. So there are number of definitions which can be given to ethics. In my view, and probably you will agree with me, what is right is whatever I do, I should not regret in future for taking a particular decision. If I am regretting later on, that means that decision was probably not right. तो अब ये आप कैसे सोचेंगे कि what is right, what is that? As he said, there are many times gray areas, and gray areas जब होते हैं तो आप कैसे ये डिसाइड करेंगे कि what is right? So what is right, again, you have to consult or you have to concentrate and think from your inner soul, what is right. Inner soul will guide you always, what is right. तो अगर आप इसको सत्यनिष्ठा की अगर आप हिंदी में ये एथिक्स को अगर आप हिंदी में देखेंगे तो एक उसका मतलब मिलता है सत्यनिष्ठा, और ये जो सत्यनिष्ठा है ये दो शब्दों से मिलके बना हुआ है, सत्य जो कि संस्कृत के सत धातु से आया हुआ है, और निष्ठा, निष्ठा मीन्स विश्वास. तो हैविंग फेथ और निष्ठा इन सत्य और सत्य, तो बिलीफ सिस्टम, तो दो चीज़ें आ गई, बिलीफ सिस्टम एंड द ट्रुथ. तो ये जो है ये एक तरीके से हम कह सकते हैं कि सत्यनिष्ठा जो है और एथिक्स जो है वो सत्य में विश्वास. नाउ ये जो सत्य में जो विश्वास है ये एक दिखावा नहीं होना, आडंबर नहीं होना चाहिए. बाहर बाहर मैं दिखा रहा हूँ कि मैं सत्य में विश्वास रखता हूँ, अंदर जो है वो नहीं है. और जब ऐसा मैं करता हूँ तो कहीं ना कहीं जाके आज नहीं तो कल मेरी अंतरात्मा मुझे हमेशा कचोटेगी कि ये जो आपने आज जो डिसीजन लिया ये आपने गलत लिया. तो इसलिए जो हमारी इनर वॉइस है, अंतरात्मा है, अगर मैं उसको सुन के कोई डिसीजन लेता हूँ तो संभवतः 100% मेरा वो डिसीजन राइट होगा. तो नेक्स्ट कम्स एथिक्स वेयर. सो एथिक्स वेयर में हम डिफरेंट फ्रेम ऑफ उस एनवायरनमेंट में रहते हैं. एक हमारी पर्सनल लाइफ है, एक हमारी पब्लिक लाइफ है. अब मैं अगर ड्यूअल स्टैंडर्ड फॉलो करूँगा, मेरी पब्लिक लाइफ में मैं कुछ और स्टैंडर्ड है, पर्सनल लाइफ में कुछ और स्टैंडर्ड है, तो अगेन इट विल नॉट जेल एंड अल्टीमेटली मुझे कहीं ना कहीं जाकर लेटर ऑन at some point of time I may have to regret that a decision taken by me was not right, and we will not be able to keep the balance. Now comes the question, ethics how. तो मैं जो भी निर्णय ले रहा हूँ वो किसी दबाव में या किसी उसमें ना आके इन्फ्लुएंस में आकर न लूँ, तो ऐसे इस प्रकार का जो भी डिसीजन होगा या सत्य का जो अनुपालन होगा वो मेरा एक सही निर्णय होगा, एंड इट विल बी करेक्ट पाथ फॉर एथिक्स. कुछ एग्जाम्पल हैं ट्रैफिक सिग्नल का. जैसा स्वामी जी ने बोला कैमरा लगा हुआ है तो लोग एथिकल हो जाते हैं, वैसे ही मैंने देखा कि ट्रैफिक हवलदार खड़ा हुआ है तो आई विल नॉट क्रॉस द रेड सिग्नल, अदरवाइज आई विल क्रॉस द रेड सिग्नल. अनदर कॉमन एग्जांपल, अब तो काफ़ी लेवल क्रॉसिंग कम हो गए. पहले जब लेवल क्रॉसिंग होते थे, लेवल क्रॉसिंग बंद भी हो पर हम उसको बूम को उठा के नीचे से जाना, इधर से जाना, उधर से जाना, ये सब करते थे। आप लोगों में से जो विदेश गए होंगे, आपने शायद देखा होगा कि वहाँ पर लेवल क्रॉसिंग में हाफ बूम होता है। हमारे यहाँ हम फुल बूम लगाते हैं, उसके नीचे फिर फ्रिल्स लगाते हैं जिससे लोग ट्रेस पासिंग न करें। वहाँ हाफ बूम होता है, और अगर वो बूम डाउन है, जनरली पीपल stop. They will not cross, though there is a space to cross from the other half of the road. So ये एक मतलब सेल्फ जो डिसिप्लिन है, और बिना किसी दबाव के, मतलब ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि तो दबाव क्यों होना चाहिए। आपकी लाइफ है। आप अगर आप सिग्नल को क्रॉस कर रहे हो या आप लेवल क्रॉसिंग को क्रॉस कर रहे हो, यू आर एंडेंजरिंग योर ओन लाइफ, योर ओन सेफ्टी। तो उसके लिए किसी दूसरे के दबाव की क्या ज़रूरत होना चाहिए। तो मेरा कहना है कि वी शुड स्टार्ट दिस जर्नी विथ आवर सेल्फ। हम बदलेंगे तो जग बदलेगा। Another thing is, we should not hesitate displaying that we are honest. And we should also appreciate good work done by people around us. This will not only increase confidence within yourself, but also develop the confidence in your sphere of influence. अगर मैं सच बोलता हूँ, अगर मैं राइट स्टैंड लेने के लिए तत्पर रहता हूँ, तो मेरे जो अधीनस्थ जो लोग हैं, उनमें एक प्रकार का कॉन्फिडेंस मेरे प्रति रहेगा कि भाई ये व्यक्ति गलत निर्णय नहीं लेगा या हमको गलत चीज़ करने के लिए नहीं कहेगा। विच इज़ अ वेरी बिग थिंग, एंड इफ आई कैन develop that kind of confidence in my sphere of influence, then its effect will be कि जो मेरे नीचे जो लोग हैं, they will always be motivated to do right thing. And ultimately, the whole objective of ethical approach is to do right things in right way. एक और जो चीज़ है कि जैसे आपने देखा वो सत्यकाम की स्टोरी में कि शॉर्ट टर्म में लोग उसको उकसा रहे थे कि भाई तुम अपनी रीडिंग मैनिपुलेट कर लो एंड मैनेज कर लो और रीडिंग्स चेंज कर लो, बट ही स्टिक टू हिज पॉइंट, एंड लॉन्ग टर्म में फिर अल्टीमेटली क्या रिजल्ट हुआ, ही ओनली पास एंड अदर्स फेल्ड। तो सत्य मार्ग से लॉन्ग टर्म में कभी कोई नुकसान, परमानेंट नुकसान या डैमेज नहीं होता है, ये विश्वास हमारे अंदर होना चाहिए। आप शॉर्ट पर्सपेक्टिव में देखोगे तो आपको लगेगा अब सरकारी नौकरी में क्या होता है, बॉस डिस्प्लीज हो गया आपको ट्रांसफ़र कर देगा, हाँ, या शायद है रिपोर्ट में कुछ आपके गलत या एडवर्स एंट्रीज आ जाएं, बट इफ़ यू आर राइट, माई 37.5 years कैरियर, आई हैव फाउंड कि these things do not come in the way. Transfer is part of our job, and it's part of the service condition that I can be transferred all over India. Why should I feel ill about it? तो लॉन्ग टर्म में अगर हम देखें, कभी कोई नुकसान आपका इस राह पे चलने से नहीं होता। Another very important thing is, कई बार हमने अपने साथ के भी कई अधिकारियों को देखा है, they will not take a decision, they will avoid to take a decision. क्यों? भाई हमने डिसीजन लिया, अगर वो गलत हो गया तो कल के रोज़ विजिलेंस आके हमें पकड़ लेगी। तो जैसा CMD साहब ने कहा कि जो आपके मन में है, जब भी आप कोई निर्णय ले रहे हो, जब भी आपके मन में है, आप सारे तथ्य फाइल के ऊपर में आप लिख दीजिए। अगर आप वो लिख देंगे तो जब भी कोई फ्यूचर में उस फाइल को देखेगा, he will understand the circumstances in which you have taken a particular decision. मैं इसके ऊपर भी अपना एक छोटा सा आप लोगों को एग्जाम्पल दे सकता हूँ। मेरी पोस्टिंग हुई झांसी मंडल के ऊपर में, और नवंबर के महीने में मैं वहाँ पे ट्रांसफ़र हुआ मेरा, और वहाँ पर माता टीला डैम करके, दोज ऑफ यू हु नो यूपी, तो माता टीला एक डैम है, वहाँ से वाटर सप्लाई, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सप्लाई की पाइपलाइन जानी थी। इट वाज ए वर्ल्ड बैंक एडेड प्रोजेक्ट। नाउ हुआ कि साहब इसकी, इट वाज ए डिपॉजिट वर्क ऑफ रेलवेज, तो उसमें दो जगहों में पाइपलाइन क्रॉस करनी थी। एक दिल्ली बॉम्बे रूट पर था क्रॉसिंग, और दूसरी झांसी से मानिकपुर लाइन पर क्रॉसिंग थी। तो उसमें अब टाइम, अच्छा हमारे को ये मैंडेट दिया गया कि आप नवंबर में जा रहे हैं और मार्च तक आपको ये काम कंप्लीट कर देना, बिकॉज देयर आफ्टर यूपी गवर्नमेंट विल नॉट गेट एनी एक्सटेंशन फ्रॉम वर्ल्ड बैंक फॉर द लोन। नाउ हमने उस समय में, मतलब इट वाज लेट 1980s की बात है, तो मैंने उस समय में उसको पुशिंग मेथड से, बॉक्स पुशिंग जिसको हम कहते हैं, उससे वो ओपनिंग बनाने का, उस समय दैट टेक्निक वाज नॉट वेरी पॉपुलर, बट समहाउ आई डिड दैट टेंडर, एंड दोनों जगहों के अलग अलग टेंडर किए, दोनों में एक पार्टी लोएस्ट आ गई, मैंने उसको वो टेंडर अवार्ड कर दिया। वो पार्टी ने समय से पहले वो काम को कंप्लीट कर दिया विदाउट एनी एक्सटेंशन। बट इत्तेफाक से हुआ ये था कि उसमें दो पार्टी आइडेंटिकल रेट कोट कर लिए, जो दोनों यानी दोनों एलवन थे, आइडेंटिकल रेट कोट कर लिए। हमने जब डिसीजन लिया तो देखा कि हमारे यहाँ जिसको कहते हैं ओपन लाइन एंड कंस्ट्रक्शन, मतलब ओपन लाइन जहाँ की ऑलरेडी ट्रैफिक चालू है, और कंस्ट्रक्शन मतलब कोई नया वर्क, नया लाइन वगैरह बन रहा है। तो एक व्यक्ति जिसके पास में ओपन लाइन का एक्सपीरियंस ज़्यादा, दोनों के पास ब्रिज का एक्सपीरियंस था, जिसके पास में ओपन लाइन का एक्सपीरियंस ज़्यादा अच्छा था, ज़्यादा रिच था, हमने उसको दोनों काम दे दिए और उसने दोनों काम कर दिए। अब हार्ड बर्निंग हुई दूसरे व्यक्ति को जिसको काम नहीं मिला, और उसने वहाँ के लोकल जो एमपी हैं उनको पकड़ के कंप्लेंट कर दी। ठीक है, कंप्लेंट कर दी, तो हमारे यहाँ जो रेलवे बोर्ड में जो विजिलेंस डायरेक्टर विजिलेंस होते थे, उन्होंने एक दिन फ़ोन किया। अब ये काम कंप्लीट हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया, एवरीथिंग फिनिश्ड, टाइमली, नो एक्सटेंशन, नथिंग। उन्होंने फ़ोन किया, बोले यार वो या आपने ये दोनों काम एक एजेंसी को कैसे डिसाइड कर दे? मैंने कहा कहीं लिखा हुआ है कि नहीं दे सकते हम? बोले फिर भी आपने, तो हमने कहा आप मुझे बताइए ना भाई। बोले आपकी कंप्लेंट आई। मैंने कहा कंप्लेंट क्या है? कंप्लेंट तो बताइए। अब काम पूरा हो गया, समय से पूरा हो गया। मैंने कहा क्या मेरे रेट्स हाई थे? बोले नहीं, वो तो प्रिवेलिंग रेट से आपके 70% 60% रेट पे आपने काम करा है। तो काम आपने समय से पूरा कर लिया, काम आपने सस्ते में करा दिया, बट चूंकि एक कंप्लेंट है। तो मैंने कहा अब मैं इसमें क्या बोलूँ? तो बोले आपने कुछ तो लिखा होगा। हमने कहा भाई देखिए उनके एक्सपीरियंस थे, उसमें जो है वो जिसका ओपन लाइन का एक्सपीरियंस ज़्यादा बेहतर था, हमने उसको दोनों काम दे दिए। खैर उन्होंने वो फाइल वगैरह देखी एंड अल्टीमेटली ही पुट दैट क्लोजर रिपोर्ट ऑन दैट एंड नथिंग हैपन। तो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज कि अनकॉन्शियसली मैंने उस समय में ये रिकॉर्ड कर दिया था कि भाई इसका एक्सपीरियंस ओपन लाइन में ज़्यादा अच्छा है, इसलिए इसे ये काम दे रहा हूँ। एंड दैट पर्टिकुलर थिंग हेल्प in closure of the case. There was no bad intention on my side. Work got completed in time at a much reasonable rate. So that is how we have to take a decision, and we have to take a consciously right decision. Many times people avoid taking the decision. I think that is also unethical. If you are not taking a decision and not taking a timely decision, that is also unethical. और जब भी, जैसा मैंने पहले भी कहा कि अगर आपको दुविधा हो रही है, अगर ग्रे एरिया है, तो आप 2 मिनट रुक जाइए, अपने ज़मीर से बात करिए, ज़मीर से पूछिए, इनर वॉइस को सुनिए, क्या सही है क्या गलत है। एंड 99.9% योर इनर वॉइस विल गाइड यू व्हाट इज़ राइट एंड व्हाट शुड नॉट बी डन। तो ये जो है हमें प्रैक्टिस करने की ज़रूरत है कि हम अपनी जो इनर वॉइस है उससे टाइम टू टाइम बात करें, उससे गाइडेंस लें, वो आपको हेल्प करेगी। It is like a sensory equipment inside us which tell us what is right. Another important thing about how to follow ethics is avoid first temptation. At least in railways, where we get frequently transferred. My experience is, and many of you are from railways, you also must have experienced that your image, your past image moves faster than you. आप किसी नई जगह में पहुंचते हो, उससे पहले आपकी जो इमेज है वो वहाँ पहुंच जाती है, एंड दैट स्पीक्स ए लॉट। तो अगर आपने जो फर्स्ट टेम्पटेशन आपकी लाइफ में आया, अगर आपने उसको ओवरकम कर लिया, तो बिलीव मी, आपने मेजर फतेह आपने हासिल कर लिया है। टू गिव यू ए स्मॉल एपिसोड फ्रॉम माय ओन सर्विस कैरियर, I don't know whether I should speak it or not, but I think there is there should be no reservation in hiding it. I was posted as assistant engineer in Jhansi, and जो हम लोगों का रूटीन होता है, तो जो आप लोगों ने ट्रैक पे वो स्टोन्स देखे होंगे जिसको हम लोग बैलास्ट कहते हैं, तो उसकी सप्लाई ली जाती है। तो मेरा फर्स्ट वो था, मैं गया वहाँ, उसका बैलास्ट का मैं मेजरमेंट करके आया, और करके मैं अपने यानी लंच टाइम तक वो ख़त्म किया, मैं घर पहुँचा। अब घर पहुँचा तो वो जो ठेकेदार था वो पीछे पीछे मेरे पास में घर पे आ गया। अच्छा, नई नई नौकरी लगी थी, क्या होता था हमारे पास में 2 कुर्सियाँ थीं और वो भी बाहर बरांडे में रखी रहती थी। ठीक है, बैठ गया, क्या पूछिए, बोले कुछ नहीं साहब, ऐसे ही बस आप आए, बहुत अच्छा लगा, ये किया वो किया, जो नॉर्मल मतलब जैसा होता है वो सब बातें करी, एंड देन ही स्टार्टेड मूविंग। तो आई सॉ कि एक उसने जो है एक मैगज़ीन टेबल के ऊपर में छोड़ दी है। तो मैंने उसको आवाज़ दी, मैंने कहा भाई आपकी अपनी मैगज़ीन ये आपकी छूट गई है, आप ले लीजिए। Now, he opened the magazine and there was an envelope inside that. अब मैं एकदम से जो है I became furious कि what is this? And मैं उसको फिर भाग जाओ, ये है वो है, 2-4 अपशब्द भी कहे होंगे, और अब वो उसकी दुविधा देखिए, वो वहाँ से उठ के गेट तक गया, उसने गेट खोला, he came back. एंड ही टोल्ड मी कि बोले साहब, अच्छा वो उस समय का यानी ओल्ड टाइमर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर था, बोला हुजूर ये तो दस्तूर है, और हमें आपका कोई नेचर का आपके कोई ज्ञान नहीं है, और हम तो ये करके मर गए, और ना करते तो भी शायद मर जाते, क्योंकि ये तो दस्तूर है। तब तक मेरा भी थोड़ा गुस्सा मतलब शांत हो गया था। तो फिर मैंने डीपली सोचा, मैंने कहा हाँ यार ये बात तो सही कह रहा, भाई जो सिस्टम है वो सिस्टम है। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है, अब आपको पता लग गया मेरा क्या सिस्टम है, काइंडली टेल योर कलीग्स कि ये सिस्टम है भाई, अब वो ये दस्तूर की ज़रूरत नहीं है। एंड आई टेल यू, उसके बाद में नोबडी अप्रोच एवर टू मी कि साहब ये दस्तूर है। तो ये जो अगर मैं वो उस समय में अपने आप को शायद कंट्रोल न करता तो प्रॉबेबली आई वुड हैव बीन अ डिफरेंट पर्सन। तो इसलिए मैंने कहा कि अगर हम अपने जो डिपार्टमेंट में अपने जो भी वो हैं सर्कल में जो लोग हैं, इफ़ आई कैच देम यंग एंड मेक देम अवेयर अबाउट दिस, so probably I will be able to bring a bigger change in the system. So I should know what I should be and what I should not be. I should not be ignorant, incompetent, indifferent and indecisive. अगर मैं ये 4 मोटे प्रिंसिपल्स फॉलो कर लेता हूँ तो I'll be quite ethical and I should be proactive. अगर कोई सिचुएशन डिमांड कर रही है मेरे को कुछ एक्शन लेना है, I must take the decision, I must take that action. Now coming to why ethics. आपको बहुत सारी चीज़ें स्वामी जी के इसके अंदर में स्वामी जी ने ऑलरेडी कवर करी हुई हैं, बट मैं थोड़ा सा उस पर प्रैक्टिकल एग्जाम्पल्स के साथ में उसको कवर करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। तो इमेज बिल्डिंग, एज आई सेड कि what I have observed in an organization like railways, the image travels much faster. So if I do my image building in the organization, I'll always be quite comfortable and very peaceful in my life. इसी का मैं आपको एक और चीज़ बताता हूँ। When I was on Jhansi division, being close to Delhi, and उस समय में there were only 9 zones, अब तो 16 जोन हो गए, तो झांसी डिवीजन was extending right up to तुगलकाबाद. The vigilance inspectors from railway board, जिनका भी घर आगरा वागरा में है, they used to quite frequently come. And now one of the inspectors, vigilance inspector from board came to the division. मुझे नहीं मालूम, उसने हमारे एक जो डीएन थे उनको फ़ोन किया और उसने किसी का नंबर पूछा, तो वो डीएन ने उसको जवाब दिया कि भाई तुम मुझसे क्यों पूछ रहे हो, मैं कोई डायरेक्टरी तो हूँ नहीं, ना इंक्वायरी हूँ, तुम एक्सचेंज से पूछो। मैंने जो भी कुछ उनके बीच में इस टाइप की कुछ बातचीत हुई। नाउ दैट इंस्पेक्टर टुक इल ऑफ इट and next week he came to the division and took away 3 files of that DN section. ठीक? Those 3 tender files, 2 of them I was the accepting authority, and third case I was the TC member. Now when those files went to board, मैं आपको सिर्फ इमेज बिल्डिंग का इफेक्ट बता रहा हूँ, तो वहाँ जो अधिकारी थे उन लोगों ने देखा, अरे उनका ये तो इसमें टीसी मेंबर ऐसे अग्रवाल है, ओए कुछ नहीं, छोड़ दो, अच्छा ये तो एक्सेप्टेंस उनका है, छोड़ दीजिए। एंड दोस फाइल्स आफ्टर 1 month or 2 months they came back. So that is the importance of image building, and that gives you the authenticity, how people look at you and how they consider you. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं. Now, एक सवाल शायद आपने पूछा था कि what is ये ethics का क्या, तो ethics जो है वो it is highly contextual, प्रासंगिक है. किस कंडीशन में एक ही चीज़ सही हो सकती है और दूसरी चीज़ गलत हो सकती है, उसके कुछ एग्जाम्पल हैं. जैसे उन्होंने भी कहा कि भाई आपका जो आर्मी है, आर्मी का जॉब है टू किल द एनिमी, तो किलिंग फॉर देम इज एथिकल, whereas in public life killing is not ethical. So there are certain truths which are universal, सार्वभौमिक जिनको हम कहते हैं, like डेथ इज ओनली द ट्रूथ विच इज यूनिवर्सल। वो किसी के लिए सच या झूठ नहीं हो सकती, बट अदर थिंग्स जो एथिकल चीज़ें हैं वो दे आर कंटेक्चुअल। मतलब मेरे भारत के संविधान में भारत के कायदे कानून कुछ अलग हैं, विदेश के कायदे कानून कुछ अलग हैं। यहाँ हम लेफ्ट हैंड ड्राइव करते हैं, फॉरेन में राइट हैंड ड्राइव करते हैं, तो यहाँ लेफ्ट हैंड में चलना एथिकल होगा, वहाँ लेफ्ट हैंड में चलना अनएथिकल हो जाएगा। तो दैट इज़ वाई दैट context is very important when we talk of ethics. तो ये जो एथिक्स है वो आपका देश काल पात्र इस पर निर्भर करेगा। देश, जैसे मैंने आपको कहा, काल भाई पहले हो सकता है, हमारे ग्रंथ कहते हैं कि साहब फला राजा की 4 पत्नियां थीं, आज के डेट में वो नहीं मान्य है, तो काल के साथ में वो चीज़ बदल गई। सिमिलरली हमने पात्र की चर्चा करी कि भाई जो उन्होंने भी जैसे कहा कि मिलिट्री के एथिक्स अलग हैं, डॉक्टर के एथिक्स अलग हैं, एट्सेट्रा एट्सेट्रा। तो जब हम लोग जो है डिफरेंट फ्रेम ऑफ लाइफ में हम लोग रहते हैं, घर है, ऑफिस है, मार्केट है, तो जिस फ्रेम में हम हैं हमारे को अकॉर्डिंगली बिहेव करना है, एंड इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। बट मोर और लेस द फंडामेंटल्स विल बी द सेम। नाउ टू गिव यू एग्जांपल ऑफ द कंटेक्स्ट, मैं आपके सामने कुछ सेंटेंसेस रखूंगा, आप इन सब सेंटेंसेस को एक बार पढ़ लीजिए। Each sentence is complete in itself, but do these sentences make any, do they convey anything? No. Okay. Now, if I attach a reference to each of these sentences, so like I attach the reference of a kite. Now, keeping that kite in mind, you again read these sentences. You will find that each of the sentences become meaningful with the context. Newspaper is better than magazine. Seashore is better than street. It is better to run than walk. आप सब लोगों ने शायद बचपन में पतंग उड़ाई होगी, आप सब लोगों को मतलब now you will be able to correlate and make a sense out of each of the sentence. That is the importance of the context. So, what are the takeaways for today's talk? जैसे सत्यप्रिय की हमने स्टोरी में देखा कि he was not deterred by the consequence projected to him that तुम फेल हो जाओगे। उसने सच को स्वीकार किया। उसने कहा कि साहब मेरे ये रीडिंग में 10 सेंटीमीटर का फ़र्क आया है, किस कारण से आया मुझे नहीं मालूम, बट मैंने पूरी निष्ठा से और उससे मैंने अपना सर्वेइंग की एक्सरसाइज करी है। नेक्स्ट है तो सच को स्वीकारना, देन सच को अभिव्यक्त करना। तो आप एक्सप्रेस करोगे जब ट्रुथ को, दैट इज अनदर, उसने एक्सप्रेस किया। एंड ऑल्दो उसको कितना लोगों ने डराया कि फाइनल एग्जाम में फेल हो जाओगे, ये हो जाओगे, वो हो जाओगे, बट वो अपना उसने सच पर विश्वास रखा, एंड ही नेवर डेटर्ड फ्रॉम इट, चाहे उसको जो अंदेशा है वो कितना ही बड़ा बताया गया था। ऑथेंटिसिटी, इसमें एक शायद आपको मिल जाए, एक मलापुरम करके साउथ में एक विलेज है, वहाँ पर एक गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर, एक ऑफिस में क्लर्क, उसने अपनी टेबल पर एक प्लेक लगा रखी थी कि आई गेट सैलरी फॉर व्हाट आई एम डूइंग एंड आई टेक प्लेजर इन सर्विंग यू। So that should be that shows his authenticity, that he is publicly saying कि भैया मेरे को सैलरी मिलती है, कृपया और कोई मेरे साथ प्रयास न करे, एंड मुझे खुशी होगी अगर मैं आपकी कोई मदद कर सकता हूँ। सेकेंडली, जैसा मैंने कहा कि टेक डिसीजन। नाउ इसमें भी मैं आपको एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग किस्सा सुनाना चाहूँगा। जब मेरी पहली पोस्टिंग हुई, एंड आप लोग एक चीज़ पे ध्यान दीजिएगा कि हाउ वी हैव डिटोरिएटेड और डीजेनरेटेड। तो मेरी जब पहली पोस्टिंग हुई तो जो मेरे सीनियर थे, मेरे जो बॉस थे, उन्होंने बुलाया मुझे, एंड ही टोल्ड मी कि भाई एहसन, अब तुम वर्किंग पोस्ट पे आ गए हो, यू विल हैव टू टेक डिसीजन, सो टेक ए डिसीजन, टेक ए टाइमली डिसीजन, नेवर हेजिटेट टू टेक ए डिसीजन। एंड फर्दर ही सेड कि आप दिन में 10 डिसीजन लोगे तो आपके 5 डिसीजन हो सकता है सही होंगे, 5 डिसीजन गलत होंगे, कोई बात नहीं, वी आर देयर टू टेक केयर ऑफ दोज रॉन्ग डिसीजन, बट कंडीशन इज यू शुड, जो मैंने पहले कहा, बायस नहीं हो, ये नहीं हो, सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट नहीं, बोले आप अपना फेयर डिसीजन लीजिए, आपकी समझ से जो फेयर डिसीजन आपको लगता है लीजिए, गलत हो गए तो वो 5 डिसीजन को हम सुधारने के लिए बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पर। नाउ अब आप लोग खुद अपने अंदर को टटोलिए कि हम हमारे आसपास में हमारे कितने लोगों में ये कॉन्फिडेंस हम दे पाते हैं। इट्स ए वेरी, दैट वाज माय फर्स्ट, आई कॉल इट ए माय फर्स्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लेसन विच आई गॉट फ्रॉम माय सीनियर। एंड मैं कुछ आपको और ऐसी चीज़ें बताऊंगा जो मैंने खुद अपने लाइफ में एक्सपीरियंस किए हैं, एंड मैनी टाइम दो डिसीजंस आर अगेंस्ट द प्रिवेलिंग प्रैक्टिसेस। तो एक आपको वाकया बताता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ रेलवे में जो रेलवे से हैं वो तो जानते हैं, जो रेलवे से नहीं है मैं उनको बताऊँ कि जो ट्रैक के आजू बाजू में जो खाली लैंड पड़ी होती है, तो पहले हमारे यहाँ एक सिस्टम होता था कि हम अपने जो क्लास 4 एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं, गैंगमैन वगैरह हैं, हम उनको, क्योंकि वो लोग वहीं रहते थे, तो उनको हम ये लैंड जो है वो, जैसे जिसको कहते हैं ना कि ग्रो मोर फूड स्कीम होती है, तो उसमें उनको लाइसेंस कर दिया कि आपको एक टोकन लाइसेंस फी पे, सो दे कीप इट क्लीन, अपना जो भी कुछ है उन्हें थोड़ा बहुत खेतीबाड़ी करनी है वो उनकी फैमिली करती रहती है, एंड दैट इज़ हाउ द लैंड वाज गेटिंग प्रोटेक्टेड। कहीं किसी ने कुछ किसी के दिमाग में आया, कुछ केस हुआ होगा, कुछ हुआ होगा, या कुछ अब अच्छे भी लोग होते हैं, बुरे भी लोग होते हैं, तो किसी ने लैंड ग्रैब कर ली होगी, जो भी कुछ हुआ, देन वन इंस्ट्रक्शन केम टू क्लोज दिस ग्रो मोर फूड स्कीम। ओके, अब आई केम टू बॉम्बे, बॉम्बे डिवीजन में मेरी पोस्टिंग थी, एंड बॉम्बे में लैंड इज सो प्रेशियस एंड देयर इज सो मच ऑफ प्रेशर ऑफ एनक्रोचमेंट। इट वॉज वेरी डिफ़िकल्ट कि अच्छा, और बाकी जगहों में तो पीपल कैन गो ऑन ट्रॉली एंड दे कैन इंस्पेक्ट रोज, यहाँ पर आप ट्रॉली नहीं कर सकते बिकॉज ऑफ द सबर्बन ट्रेन, सो हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी, आफ्टर एवरी 2 मिनट 3 मिनट a train is there, you cannot do trolley, there are multiple lines। तो उन सब चीज़ों में फॉर द सुपरवाइजर्स एंड ऑफिसर्स इट वॉज डिफ़िकल्ट टू वॉच कि कोई एनक्रोचमेंट तो नहीं आ रहा है या कुछ तो नहीं हो रहा है। तो जब ये डायरेक्शन आया कि कोई एनक्रोचमेंट नहीं होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए, आई समहाउ आई रिकॉल्ड माई ओल्ड डेज कि हम तो जब एलियन थे तो हम ये ऐसा हम करते थे विदाउट द बैड इंटेंशन कि द पर्सन विल ग्रैब द लैंड। सो आई टुक ए डिसीजन कि भाई अगर मेरे को अपनी बॉम्बे में लैंड बचानी है तो आई विल गिव देम दिस ग्रो मोर फूड का लाइसेंस मैं दे दूंगा उनको, और अगर कोई इंक्रोचमेंट आएगा तो ही विल इमीडिएटली रिपोर्ट मी। सो दैट वाज द इंटेंशन, आई डिड दैट, एंड एट द सेम टाइम आई इन्फॉर्म द हेडक्वार्टर कि भाई ये मैंने कर दिया, एंड आई सी नो अदर वे टू प्रोटेक्ट एंड मेंटेन द रेलवे बाउंड्री। दे दिया, मन में आया भी कि यार ये मैं तो एग्जिस्टिंग इंस्ट्रक्शन के से खिलाफत कर रहा हूँ, तो आई डोंट नो वेदर इट विल वर्क और नॉट, बट आई सेड ठीक है, अब जो होगा देखा जाएगा, मतलब इधर कुआं उधर खाई, तो जो होगा देखेंगे, बट एटलीस्ट आई एम डूइंग विथ ए राइट इंटेंशन। समहाउ वो चलता रहा. फिर then the relaxation came. For these high pressure areas, this can be permitted. ऐसे ही आपको एक और मैं टेक्निकल डिसीजन बताता हूँ, जो मैंने आप लोगों को ब्रिज का किस्सा बताया. Now, the time was very short for us to complete the work, and it was with the box pushing. Box के segment बनते थे, and एक segment हमको push करना होता था. तो उस दौरान मतलब दिस इज आई एम टॉकिंग ऑफ अर्ली 90s. नाउ उस दौरान उस समय में जो कंक्रीट का कोड है IS 456, उसमें एक प्रोविज़न होता था कि जो आप शटरिंग करेंगे वो शटरिंग आप 21 डेज ही होता था ना, 21 या 27 डेज कुछ होता था. तो 21 डेज के बाद में आप शटरिंग खोल सकते हैं. अब आई थॉट कि यार व्हाट इज द सैंक्टिटी ऑफ 21 डेज, कि इन 21 डेज आपको इतनी 70% ऑफ योर अल्टीमेट स्ट्रेंथ, आपको 70% स्ट्रेंथ मिल जाती है. तो आई टुक ए टेक्निकल डिसीजन कि ओके टू कंप्रेस द साइकिल. आई सेड ओके आई विल डू क्यूब टेस्टिंग साइमल्टेनियसली, एंड अगर मेरे को 21 दिन की जगह में 7 दिन में वो क्यूब स्ट्रेंथ आ जाती है, आई विल ओपन द शटरिंग एंड स्टार्ट माई नेक्स्ट एक्टिविटी so as to compress the time. I did that. अब वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बोला कि साहब उसको सर्टिफाई कौन करेगा. मैं आई सेड आई विल सर्टिफाई, आई एम गिविंग यू द इंस्ट्रक्शन, आई विल सर्टिफाई. वी कंप्लीटेड दैट इज हाउ वी कंप्लीटेड द वर्क इन टाइम. अब हमने जो हमारे चीफ इंजीनियर थे हु लेटर रिटायर्ड एज चेयरमैन रेलवे बोर्ड, तो उन जिन्होंने मुझे ये मैंडेट देखा भेजा था कि भाई मार्च से पहले इस काम को कंप्लीट करना है. उन्होंने बताया हमने साहब ये कंप्लीट हो गई, ओपनिंग थ्रू हो गई. तो ही टोल्ड मी कि यार पर तुमने इतने सेगमेंट थे तो तुमने इतने दिन में कंप्लीट कैसे कर लिया. अब आई सेड कि साहब अब वो आप छोड़ दीजिए, मैं आपको कभी पर्सनली बता दूंगा मैंने कैसे उसको किया है. बट एज ऑफ टुडे आई हैव कंप्लीटेड द वर्क. बात खत्म हो गई. व्हेन ही केम ऑन इंस्पेक्शन देन ही आस्क्ड मी तो कैसे किया बताओ. So I said, this is how I took a technical decision of reducing this cycle. So he kept mum. He didn't say anything this way or that way, but he just listened. बात हो गई, आई गई होगी, चला गया, खत्म हो गई बात. After few years, those of you who know IS 456, this correction came in IS 456, and they डीलिंक्ड इट फ्रॉम डेज ऑफ कास्टिंग. उन्होंने उसको स्ट्रेंथ के साथ में उसको. सो दैट इज हाउ मतलब विदाउट एनी पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट ऑफ माइंड आई टुक दैट टेक्निकल डिसीजन. एंड व्हेन यू आर ऑन राइट पाथ द गॉड आल्सो सपोर्ट्स यू. सो दैट इज हाउ मतलब यू मे बी ए पाथ ब्रेकर. इट्स नॉट दैट कि एथिकल का मतलब यह है कि जो बिल्कुल सही जो रूल बुक में लिखा हुआ वही आपने, अगर मेरे को सभी चीज़ें रूल बुक के हिसाब से ही करनी हैं तो मेरी शायद ज़रूरत ही नहीं, कंप्यूटर रख दूं मैं और वो सारे डिसीजन लेता रहेगा. तो हमारे जो सर्विस कंडक्ट रूल हैं वो भी ये कहते हैं एवरी गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट should behave in a manner which is not unbecoming of a government servant. So, it's a very loaded condition or very loaded conduct rule. We must follow it in letter and spirit. And so we must resolve to practice Satyanistha or ethics both in our personal life as well as professional life, and motivate others, especially the people under my influence, to follow the same. With this, I like to thank you for the patient hearing, and I think everybody must be feeling hungry. So my this thing is request to all of you is to improve ourselves and build the organization. And I will end my talk with this small song. I think it was in some film in 1980, which later became anthem in many of the schools. इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन में विश्वास कमजोर होना, हम चले नेक रास्ते पर हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
So thank you so much. We indeed are running behind schedule, but we'll open the floor for interaction, albeit for a short while. So we will take some questions, though we are quite late, and as I said, some of us are hungry.
Yeah, he has raised
Yeah, can
hand.
you make it fast and swift, sir?
Hello. First of all, thank you, sir, for a lovely presentation. Actually, what I got that your presentation was based on practical approach.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Actually, we have to deal with unethical behavior many times. Okay, so can we suggest anything by which we can follow our ethics, and we can also deal with such misbehaviors or unethical things?
No, what I suggest you is, first you have to understand what is ethical.
Right.
So to understand what is ethical, जैसे हमने कहा देश काल पात्र, तो आपको वो सारी चीज़ें ध्यान में रखनी होंगी. अगर मैंने उसमें से कुछ भी एस्पेक्ट मिस कर दिया तो ये होगा कि मुझे जो मैं चीज़ देख रहा हूँ, इट्स ए कलर्ड पिक्चर. आई विल नॉट बी एबल टू टेक द राइट डिसीजन. तो इसलिए अगर आपको जो आप समझ रहे हैं अनएथिकल है, पहले आप उसको एग्जामिन कर लीजिए कि क्या वो रियली अनएथिकल है.
राइट राइट.
है ना. एंड अगेन जैसा मैंने कहा, लिसन टू योर इनर वॉइस. अगर आप अपनी अंतरात्मा से बातचीत करेंगे, उससे गाइडेंस लेंगे, आपको शायद ये इंसाइट खुद ही आ जाएगी कि जो अपरेंटली दिख रहा है कि ये अनएथिकल है, इट इज़ एथिकल. और जो ब्लेटेंटली अनएथिकल है वो तो अनएथिकल है ही है. वो तो आपको यानी बंद आंख से भी दिख जाएगा कि वो अनएथिकल.
One more thing I just like to supplement. Sir has quoted the example of movie Satyakam. So I'll just have a small info about that. That movie was shot in Ghatshila. Few frames of the movie were shot in
Very
Ghatshila.
good. Very good.
Which is one of the mining unit of Hindustan Copper Limited.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
I didn't know that. So आपने अच्छा, you have done some value addition to.
So thank you, sir. I'll now request.
There is one more question.
Okay.
I think.
Sir, thank you for the lovely presentation. Sir, you just quoted that, you said that reputation travel faster than you arrive,
Yes.
right? And in regards to that, I have a question for that. So, you will agree with me that everyone has their own perspective for things, for people.
Absolutely.
है ना? They judge every person by their own ways.
Yes.
Right? So, it may happen, very likely, that you were unliked by your boss because you may be asking the right questions and you may be denying things which you are supposed to do as per him, but you are not agreeing to that, right? So, do you think about that judging a person with others' perspective is ethical, and in addition to that, like behaving or treating the person differently from other without giving a fair chance, is it ethical? And if it is not, then what that person should do? Because he or she is doing an ethical job, right?
Yeah. So again, if he or she is doing an ethical job, and it is overall ethical. Now I gave you the example of my first experience. He, as per whom his own perception, he was doing a right or ethical thing. But as far as my perception was there, it was not right. So I denied it. तो आप कोई भी जब आपको यानी सिचुएशन को हैंडल करना है या सिचुएशन में डिसाइड करना है, तो आप ये देखेंगे ना कि वो वेदर जो दूसरा व्यक्ति जो जिस चीज़ को एथिकल सोच रहा है, वेदर इट इज रियली एथिकल.
No, that's not my question, sir. Sorry to say that.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
question was, suppose, for example, you were my boss.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And you judged me for anything and I am not as per your mark.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Then another boss came up.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And just regards to that the reputation travel faster. So you have already conveyed some messages to that person. Ki, okay, fine, she is not, agreeing what you are saying. So she is not a nice person. Or she is not a person with whom you can, she can contribute on something. So in that way, for example, that other person will start judging me as per your point of view.
Absolutely right.
That person will not judge as per his own views.
Yeah.
Or without giving a fair chance. So
Yeah.
is it ethical?
No, it's not. It's not ethical. That is what I am saying. Now, what I said was, it is with respect to image building. So I am talking of myself. मैं बदलूंगा जग बदलेगा. मैंने ये भी कहा था. So if I am ethical, your boss, you may be thinking that he will give a adverse feedback about your performance, but 99.9% what he will say, yeah, this person is headstrong. But what he says is most of the time is right. So deal him with care. It's not that he will outrightly say that don't involve him in your work or don't this thing. This is what 99.9% times, this is what happens. Okay. I hope now your query is partially
yes.
Partially answered.
Yes, thank you.
So thank you, sir. May I request Mr. Brajesh Kumar Tripathi, CVO Coal India Limited, to please take the podium. I know that.
I think she wanted to ask
one question.
Yeah, sure, please.
Sir, in your slide you had mentioned, don't give in to first temptation. Can you just elaborate that point, sir? Don't give in to first temptation.
Yeah, that
in
is,
one of the
again,
slides.
Again, that is what I said. It is with respect to image building.
Can you elaborate, sir? What is it?
Yeah,
Some
that is what I
illustration.
said. That is what I mentioned to you, that when it was the incidence of my first posting. People didn't know how I behave or what is my approach, and I didn't know what are the practices of the system. Now that first temptation came to me. He wanted to offer something to me, and I overcome that. And I said, it's not my cup of tea. This is not my system. Then he apologized कि साहब मैं तो करके भी मर गया और मैं ना करता तो भी मैं मर जाता. Now you see the depth in what he said. We have to live in the today's reality. So that is the system, and he followed the system and he got abuse from me. And if he didn't have followed it, then if I am of a different nature, then he would have also landed into trouble. So that was the thing. So that was the purpose of saying that if I control my first temptation and build my image accordingly, that image will travel. Agreed?
Thank you, sir.
So thank you. I'll now request Mr. Tripathi to please come down, sir, on this podium. You can share your thoughts here or... No, I think it's preferable. So, is taraf aa jaiye.
थैंक यू मैडम. सुबह से हम लोगों का n नंबर ऑफ इश्यूज पे डिस्कशन हुआ. तो सबसे पहले मैं स्वामी जी को बोलूँगा, स्वामी जी आपने नीयत की बात किया, मैं तो ये बोलता हूँ स्वामी जी आप हैं तो बसंत है, वरना बस अंत है। ऑब्वियस है कि हम लोगों के साथ में है। आपने नीयत की बात किया, आपने अंतरात्मा की आवाज़ की बात की है। सर आपने बताया अंतरात्मा की बात, तो इसमें मैं एक 2 लाइन का कविता है। जब झूठ सच में फ़र्क ना हो, जब गलत सही में घिर जाओ, तुम नज़र में अपनी गिर जाओ, इस बात पर थोड़ी देर तलक तुम अपनी आंखें बंद करना और अंतर्मन की सुन लेना। मुमकिन है हम तुम झूठ कहें, पर अंतर्मन सच बोलेगा, पर अंतर्मन सच बोलेगा। जब हरसिमरन सिंह की जब ओपनिंग स्पीच में सुना और जिस तरह से उन्होंने कॉर्पोरेट एथिक्स की बात किया, उन्होंने कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस की बात किया, तो यहाँ पर हमेशा टॉप लेवल पर बोला जाता है कि टॉप लेवल, टॉप मैनेजमेंट डायरेक्टर्स, सीएमडी, आप अच्छे तो सब अच्छे। तो मैं रामराज से कंपेयर करता हूँ सिंह साहब आपके लिए कि भगवान श्री राम अच्छे थे तो उनकी प्रजा भी अच्छी थी, उसका रिवर्स भी, भगवान श्री राम के जो प्रजा थी वो अच्छे थे, अच्छी थी, इसलिए भगवान श्री राम अच्छे थे। तो मैं बोलता हूँ बात ये अभिमान की है, प्रजा ऐसी राम की है। बात ये अभिमान की है, प्रजा ऐसी राम की है। जिस राज्य का राजा स्वयं, जिस राज्य का राजा स्वयं त्यागी तपी विद्वान हो, जिस राज्य का राजा स्वयं त्यागी तपी विद्वान हो, क्यों न प्रजा उस राज्य की अद्भुत गुणों की खान हो। बात ये अभिमान की है, प्रजा ऐसी राम की है। जब नीयत की बात आती है और आप बोले सर कि डिसीजन लेना है, डरना नहीं है, तो यदि हम डिसीजन ले रहे हैं, कुछ गलत भी हो जाता है, हमारा नसीब खराब है, यदि गलत भी हो गया तो उसको माफ़ कर दिया जाता है, प्रोवाइडेड यदि नीयत खराब है तो उसको कोई माफ़ नहीं करता। तो आखिरी में ये बोलना चाहता हूँ, बख्श देता है खुदा उनको, बख्श देता है खुदा उनको जिनकी तकदीर खराब होती है। मैंने डिसीजन लिया, गलत हो गया, उसको खुदा भी बख्श देता है, माफ़ कर देता है। बख्श देता है खुदा उनको जिनकी तकदीर खराब होती है, लेकिन वो हरगिज नहीं बख्शे जाते। हरसिमरन जी, लेकिन वो हरगिज नहीं बख्शे जाते जिनका नीयत खराब होता है, जिनका नीयत खराब होता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने हमको बोलने का मौका दिया। थैंक यू।
So that is a poetic summary of all we have heard. Is ultimately intention that matters. And thank you so much, sir. And sir, आपकी एक बार आप राजा, I'll request CMD HCL, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, to please felicitate Mr. Agarwal. Sir, it was wonderful hearing you. So relevant. Thank you, sir. It was a great pleasure and honor to have you on the dais. It was wonderful to hear you. May I now request Mr. S.K. Sengar, Deputy CPO, to propose the vote of thanks, please. Over to you, sir.
नमस्कार। जैसे कि आज के विषय कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस या कॉरपोरेट एथिक्स के माध्यम से अपने लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए आज के सम्माननीय वक्ताओं ने हमें जो बातें बताई, उसमें था जैसे सत्य का अनुपालन करना, सत्य का अभिव्यक्त करना, सत्य पर विश्वास करना। फिर चेतना की बात हुई। सर ने एक क्वेश्चन भी पूछा कि डिसीजन कैसे लेना है, तो स्वामी जी ने बताया कि अपना जो ज्ञान है या चेतना है उसका उपयोग करते हुए डिसीजन लेने के लिए अपने हृदय से जो समझ में आता है उसको यूज़ करते हुए, और ये सब होने के बाद ही हम अंत में कॉरपोरेट के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए अपने डिसीजन को लेने के लिए इन सब का उपयोग कर सकते हैं। तो आज मैंने एक बात और भी ये देखी कि आज के सम्मानीय वक्ता सच्चिदानंद जी और श्री सर्वोत्तम आनंद जी, दोनों के नामों में यही चीज़ें समाहित है। अगर हम गूगल करके भी देखेंगे तो हमें यही सारी चीज़ें मिलेगा, सत्य, निष्ठ, चित्त, चेतना, ज्ञान, आनंद। आनंद का मतलब है कि दुखों से मुक्त हुए, और दुखों से मुक्त हुए ये मतलब आनंद, ये मतलब हमें अपने लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति की ओर ले जाते हैं। तो ये एक कोइंसिडेंस था कि सर्वोत्तम आनंद जी और सच्चिता आनंद जी हमारे साथ हैं वक्ता के रूप में। सो रिस्पेक्टेड CMD सर, डायरेक्टर सर, डायरेक्टर ऑपरेशन सर, डायरेक्टर फाइनेंस सर और CVO sir, esteemed speakers, respected CVOs from PSUs, banks, railways, and representation from our Ministry of Mines, senior officials from HCL, participants from other organizations, and dear colleagues. It is my proud privilege to extend a vote of thanks on behalf of Hindustan Copper Limited for today's seminar. First and foremost, I express our heartfelt gratitude to CMD Sir, Director Operations Sir, Director Finance Sir, CVO Sir, for gracing the occasion with their presence and sharing invaluable insights. Your words have truly set the tone for our deliberations. I sincerely thank our distinguished speakers, Swami Sarvottam Anand Ji, Vice Chancellor, Ramakrishna Mission, and Sri Sachidanand Ji, IRSE, for their thoughtful, provoking presentation and discussions. The depth of knowledge and clarity you brought to the subject has enriched all of us, sir. I am very much thankful to all CVOs who have given us their valuable time and also shared thoughtful words to this seminar. My sincere thanks to our seniors and participants who came from other units of HCL, participants who came from various organizations. A special note of appreciation goes to our coordinators and support staff whose tireless effort behind the scene ensured the smooth conduct of this seminar. I also thank our participants and audience for their active engagement in questions and which make the seminar interactive and meaningful. Finally, I acknowledge the contribution of our organizing leadership for their consent, encouragement and guidance in making this event possible. Thank you very much, sir.
So with that, we draw this seminar to a close. It's been a great honor to have you all, and can you please join us for lunch? And it's a beautiful day outside. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.